All right, people. How we all doing today? How we doing on this fabulous, Okay, that's really good. Fabulous on this fabulous Friday morning. How's everybody doing today? Wait, it's not Friday. It's Monday. Sorry, Monday. God, I got it wrong. Listen, dude, I stopped keeping track of the days of the week during the summer. Okay, I just realized it's Monday. Just realized it's not Friday. Hold on. Did I sleep good? Yeah, dude. Really fucking good. Hold on. That's how we know you don't have a job. I'm a full-time student. I was going to get a fucking retail job, and then I realized I'd actually probably be better off. I'd be better off doing this. I could set my own hours, okay? Make some money. Did you sleep good? Great, man. Terrific. Every night, dude. I sleep so good every night. It's like unreal how well I sleep. They call me the Sandman with how fucking good my sleep schedule is. Aiden, honey, you need a haircut. No, I don't. Problem? So let's just get something out of the way, okay? You're not running from a debate if you don't get into a debate and I've said this to the people who've spoken to me before, right? If I ask you to debate on something, I don't expect you to just drop what you're doing per se, unless you're in my chat, right? I don't expect you to come in immediately and debate me, right? As long as you are not running, as long as you show a willingness to partake in a debate in the near future or the soonest time of availability. So Parry wanted to debate me on something. I said, no problem, man. We'll debate on it. We'll debate on it. But yeah, I didn't drop what I was doing and go right into the debate. We're gonna debate now if he wants to come on. I'm not running. I'm not running. I'm here. I'm fucking here. I said I'd do it during Chud's time slot. I didn't say what part of Chud's time slot. What is your hair, bro? What is my hair? Dude, your hair probably looks like a fucking porcupine. You probably can't comb that shit. It's just like stuck in one direction. Why are you I'm not sweating. I put on, this is the problem, okay? I need to find a better sunscreen. Okay, I put sunscreen on my face every day. And I think you explained that badly. Okay. $5. Aiden is petrified of comrade lips. Very true, very true. The statements are true. All right, we'll let Parry come in here and explain what his issue is. When we say sex work, we're narrowing it to porn, but I'll have him come on. He could talk to me about it. Oh, hello?
Aiden, did you get a haircut recently?
No, why?
Oh, you just look different. I don't know. Anyway, I noticed that Nicholas Dior's in your chat. He's a coward who refuses to say my name.
All right. We're sticking to a debate here.
What I did, but I'm out of fucking time.
Okay.
I have like a fucking.
You know, I'm not gonna sweep. Call him a coward. Call him a coward.
Hour.
I'm not gonna sweep for Nick. Call him a coward. Say what you want.
Yeah, he refuses to say my name. He said, I don't want to say his name. He's like some fucking donated guy, and he like started reading it. It's like, but I want to say the guy's name. And then I posted it on the fucking Clip Live subreddit, and he fucking deleted it. He like hid it, and he like hides all my posts because he's like a fucking loser coward. He's such an embarrassing person.
All right.
You told me to say, but listen, I did have a position. Could you like give me what your thoughts are? Because I understand that you're okay with being legal, but what are your thoughts about sex work and pornography in general, I guess?
Sure. So I think that typically, like many jobs, it preys upon the financial vulnerability and impulsivity of mostly young women to further engage in the objectification of their bodies. The long-term regret rates for things like porn and the mental health outcomes seem to be like generally pretty bad relative to other jobs. And I think like the way the system is designed, speaking in terms of legal pornography, it's like pretty exploitative to like financially vulnerable young women. Men get involved too, to be clear, but.
So you don't actually, okay, so to be clear, you don't have an issue with people engaging with pornography, it's the industry itself?
Yes, yep.
Okay. Well, just generally speaking, so you're saying it's the regret rates, right? But
What's
I don't see. I'm not too familiar with the regret rates. Is there like a unique amount of regret that comes with it? And do you think that that regret is like inherent to the work of to sex work or like pornography, or is it due to the like societal shunning and taboo of it?
Sure.
That has obviously gotten less extent, but it's probably quite a
Well,
large factor, right? Because I don't see how you could really say that it's worse to engage in sex work than it would be in any other like manual labor job. I just see it as like any other job, I guess.
Well, because for
Other than that
well,
particular impact.
sure,
Yeah?
the stigma is a big contributor to it, and right, I don't think the stigma relating to like having your wife be on camera sucking dick I don't think that like the stigma associated with that is gonna like go away anytime soon, right? I think that like realistically, there is always, even if people like make an effort to not be as like blunt about it, there always is gonna be like there always is going to be like a stigmatized outlook towards people who partook in that, and it's like if you're fine with that, whatever. But a lot of times, it is people needing money. Like you have people, what's her face, fucking Mia Khalifa. I know she's a fucking tool, but she partook in that shit when she was in college, right? Because she needed to pay her bills or something. She she talks about like she clearly like talks about, I know it's like an isolated example, but she talks about how big of a regret it was for, I think she talks about how big of a regret it was for her. Yeah, but I think the way it's designed is like pretty exploitative.
The way it's designed, right? Because you're saying it's like uniquely exploitative. So would you say that like porn or the porn industry or is more exploitative than like, I don't know, working as like a landscaper for a guy would be or whatever, right?
Yeah, so
That's what I'm trying to figure.
okay, so I'm assessing if something is good or bad, right? Exploitative would be a negative factor, but just something inherently having a negative factor is not like a determining factor as to whether I think it's bad. There's also, I'm weighing the potential utility of something with the potential negatives, and whether the potential utility outweighs the potential negatives. And if it's something like landscaping, right? If you one day decide to stop being a landscaper, you can like move on from that pretty easily, right? You're not going to have like naked videos of you online that you can't really escape despite wanting to. The other thing is as well, working a job like such as landscaping gives you certain tools and skills that will benefit you in other jobs, right? You engage in physical activity, manual labor that you can then carry on to like future career pursuits.
Well, I mean, you could make the same argument about how OnlyFans, if you are successful, it helps you learn things about marketing, about like fucking photography stuff or whatever. Also, by Nicholas Dior is making fun of my accent in chat.
Okay,
Nicholas Dior,
okay.
you were a pathetic,
We're
braided loser.
you're,
Anyway,
you're
so let me
arguing
focus
me.
with
You're
you. I'm
arguing
arguing
me.
with you. I understand. What was I going to say? Right. So I understand where you're coming from, but so because you called it degenerate in the clip I saw, do you really think it's fair to call like an industry degenerate? Because it seems like the majority of the issues you have with it are coming from its perception, really, not so much to do with the job itself. I feel like calling it that's like just, are you saying degenerate in a neutral way where it's like, well, it's perceived as degenerate, that's why it's degenerate. Is that where you're coming from?
Yeah, I don't know if like degenerate I feel like is more of like maybe it's like a subjective filler word. I don't know if I'd like actually like try and argue that it's like degrading. I guess I could argue that it degrades society in the sense that it reinforces the view that like women are like objects for pleasure, as opposed to like, I believe in like the employment of women in the workforce and like looking beyond like their body or sexual objectification. I can argue that that like contributes to their view as that thing in society, right? I think it like further promotes those like narratives of like women being objects for sex. So I could argue it's like degenerate maybe in that sense, but that's not really like the core component of my position. I just think it's like bad due to how exploitative the industry is. And yes, even if we and yes, the stigma is a big contributor to that, but I realistically don't see that going away anytime soon. So based on the present reality of the way society is, yeah, I think I don't like porn.
I know, it's just, okay, well, you say you don't like porn, but you specifically talk about the industry not like engaging in it. And that's an issue I have. It seems like you're conflating your dislike of the industry, and I agree there's a stigma, and that'll go away anytime soon. But I wouldn't usually like criticize an industry for the stigma it has, but that's fine. But it does seem like you're conflating your dislike of porn with the industry itself. It seems to me like you do have some issues with pornography.
Like with consumption, I don't think I don't like personally, would I engage in porn consumption? No, but like no, my argument has always come down to the industry, right?
So the arguments with the industry. What about I mean, it is true that people, okay. It's just that's like lame. That's like a lot. That's like a little weaker of a claim than I heard you making. You're saying it's degenerate or whatever. I guess you were.
The claim I
It
was
was an offhanded
the
claim.
claim I was making on that stream also related to the industry because I've argued related claims in the past with people like Queeman, and it's always come back to the industry, the types of people it employs, the mindset and outcomes for the people it employs. My argument has always consistently, when discussing this subject, been about the industry. I've never tried to make an argument about personal porn.
All right, well, that's fair
consumption.
enough. I've only heard that one clip, so it's fair enough if you're conscious about this. But okay, but you really, okay, so other than the stigma, it does seem like you're saying that kind of people are like, it's inspired or whatever. I find it hard to believe that your average pornographer in the modern day is any more or less ethical or any more or less sleazy than your average YouTuber, to be honest with you. So it really is just a stigma, because you're kind of like implying that like just the way the industry works, but I don't think it's any different from any other content creator, really.
Okay, well, you're entitled to your feelings. You haven't really explained.
The idea that it's like not uniquely different. Like, how would pornography, as far as the engagement and what in being in that industry involves, be any sleazier or any worse than being a content creator?
Okay. So content creation is such a broad subject. It's like such a, like you say, oh, well, porn is a lot of genres. Yes, but there's like a specific factor that makes something porn, right? Sexualization, right? I don't know if non-sexual porn exists. Right? With content creation, you could have things like educational videos, gaming videos, etc., and you could argue that there are some aspects of content creation, like, I don't know, I've seen people go and like interview like homeless drug addicts or whatever, are comparable, but content creation in general, no, it's not comparable, because you're not employing people who are desperate, young people who are desperate, impulsive, and in need of like temporary financial gain, to make a permanent decision that will stigmatize them among society based on its present reality.
Well,
that they might not be able to fully understand the implications of.
Listen, I understand where you're coming from with, they're young people, but I feel like, I mean, for heaven's sake, Willie Mack showed his whole anus on a YouTube video because he wanted to succeed in his career. I thought that was like how too basic that is.
I'm not here to have a troll argument with you. If you want to have an
I'm sincerely, it's funny, but it is like a relevant point, right? People do embarrass themselves and make humiliating statements because
as I said before, I said before, there is some content creation that is comparable. I've just said that, right? But content creation in general, it's a very broad subject, and there are many cases where no, it wouldn't be comparable. Right. Like the lone guy uploading educational videos. Okay, so no,
educational stuff I understand. So, but what do you say? So, what is it then about the fact that pornography involves obviously the sexual stuff that is the issue, other than the stigma? Do you have any other points other than the stigma that it involves?
No, that's my main point, right?
Your main point, so no other points. So your only point is the stigma.
Well, the stigma, and then the people who are going into the profession not fully understanding like the implications of that and like the detriment it will have to like future life endeavors. Like when you're in your late teens, early 20s, your brain is still developing. And yes, you can do a lot of things that can permanently like alter the course of your life, but a lot of these things, the utility of them would kind of outweigh the harms. Queeman brings up like the military, for example. If we're talking about like a nation that's like enforcing like principles that we would agree are like good, you can argue that like enlistment in the military is probably going to be something where like the utility is going to outweigh like the potential negatives, right? But with porn, right, when you go into it, when you're young and need that temporary financial incentive, you don't.
Sorry, just to clarify, when you say the utility outweighs negatives, do you mean like as an industry in general or for the individual?
For the individual, right? For the individual, and for society as a whole. Yeah.
Right. Well, but do you think there's an issue with porn regarding society as a whole outside of the stigma? As far as the individual, I mean, I'd say that the risk with porn is much lesser, right? So you don't have a chance of dying or whatever.
No, I think porn provides I'm not saying porn is necessarily a negative, like the actual consumption of it. I don't know if there's like a negative detriment to society, but there's no utility that it provides to society that I'm going to be weighing against the cons, that's going to like maybe outweigh it and make it, okay, this is good in my mind, right?
It does provide some utility though. I mean, it's like, it's cool and it's like artistic, it's cool and epic. And it's like, taught.
I'm like, I just feel like you're not like, obviously, like this is what I thought it was going to be. You just don't seem very serious about this topic.
Well, listen, I am serious, but sincerely, like saying that doesn't provide utility. No art, like most content creation outside of educational stuff, doesn't provide a utility.
Yes,
most art doesn't provide utility.
As I just said,
I would consider art sincerely to be a utility.
As I just said 5 seconds ago, right? You're weighing the harms with the potential utility. So yes, art, for example, that might not provide like utility or whatever the fuck, but like the potential harms involved with it also might not be like significant enough where you would consider it a net
Right,
bad.
no, I understand you're weighing
neutral.
utilities.
It'd be morally neutral.
I was simply making a point. Right, so you're saying I thought you meant that it doesn't provide. I see you're saying in net. I thought that you said there was like no positive utility to it, but you're saying in net it doesn't provide as opposed to the military stuff which would. I mean, I feel like that's like I wouldn't personally make that arithmetic conclusion. I feel like with military the risks are way higher.
Well, I didn't mean to.
And you're not really, pursuing something that can be interesting. I mean, obviously there are situations with sex work where it's more. You said 1 second. Oh, hello.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I understand it. Obviously, but I feel like okay. But is it okay? It's really lame to me that you think the only issue with like the porn industry is the stigma. That's like really lame to me. That's like.
Well, did
that's
you
like,
did you not know what my like position was before you wanted to debate me on this?
Well, I heard you say it was the gender server, and I extrapolated from that you thought that there was like some inherent issue with pornographic stuff. But are you saying it's just the stigma?
The industry,
I mean,
right?
it's like so lame to say.
You can see how I've previously made this argument before, right? I'm obviously not like some like Christian Puritan that's sitting here like, oh well, this like degrades your soul or whatever the fuck. But I every porn argument I've made in the past has just come down to like its exploitative nature, its contribution to the objectification of women, it's preying on the vulnerable to make decisions that that carry stigma. That carry stigma. If you would like let me finish, that carry stigma that they may not be able to fully understand the implications of when going into the industry. Like these are all things I've said throughout this discussion and in previous ones.
I don't think it's fair to say that porn contributes to the objectification of women, and I don't think it's fair to point out that it preys on vulnerable people, because most introductory. I mean, again, you could say about military, but then you would say the harms and costs or whatever. But I feel like just it preying on those people on its own is an issue. And do you really think it adds to the objectification of women realistically?
Yeah, obviously.
Would you say that?
Yeah.
What do you mean? How is it obvious?
75% of the pornography industry consists of women, and they're basically viewed purely for sexual pleasure, their bodies, etc., etc. And it contributes to the view that like it contributes to the view of women as like objectified sex objects, right?
Contributes to that view. Well, from my understanding, right, countries which have banned porn or have like negative understandings of porn generally have worse views and ways in which they understand women. Now, I understand what you're saying, that when you're engaging
but there are confounding variables in those countries. If you were to bring it up, like if you were to go and bring up, like, for example, I'm sure you could reference some like all these nations that you could probably reference are like are religious fundamentalists that are very like regressive in like their societies are very regressive, and like they maintain old standards rooted in their like religion and like culture from generations ago. So these confounding factors are going to contribute to like the negative view of women, right?
Right. I just think I understand where you're coming from. That's fair enough. But just when you say objectification of women, I don't believe that just because you're jerking off to porn, which includes the image of a woman's body, that you're objectifying them, right? Like objectification, I feel like it's a different kind of idea where you see like women as like not being actors that can like engage in stuff, right? I mean, just any movie, every movie that exists, like a movie just because it has guys in it doesn't mean you're objectifying the guys. And I don't see how you could say just because it has nude women that you're objectifying the women.
Sure.
You're using them for a purpose. The purpose is to come or whatever, but that doesn't mean it's objectifying.
So their value to the viewer, they're like being valued for like their for like purely superficial traits within the context of like sexual intercourse, and in regards to like relationships and like hookup culture, et cetera, et cetera. A big thing is a big thing is showing like, okay, is there a lot of sex happening without like meaningful connection? Has that like increased in society? I don't think that's just because of porn, by the way. That's because of like dating apps, et cetera, et cetera. Like the 1960s, the free love movement, whatever. But like, yeah, it's viewing like women in the context of sexual pleasure, like as like it's viewing them for their superficial attributes.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't say sexual pleasure or beauty are superficial attributes. I'd say those are relevant attributes. I just think saying that's objectifying, I mean, it's pointing it out, it's highlighting it. In the same way, you could say that like a woman working in childcare is objectifying them as nothing but a baby maker, but I don't think you'd make that argument, would you?
A woman involved in childcare?
Yeah, like a babysitter. A woman being a babysitter, that's objectifying them as nothing more than
even if I were to grant, I don't even need to argue that's not the case, because even if I were to grant that on like weighing potential benefits versus cons, right? I could just reintroduce that into the conversation and make an argument why childcare would carry benefits that would outweigh that potential objectification, right? So I wouldn't even need to argue that that's not the case.
Well, you wouldn't have to argue it's not the case, but with me, that's when you're making that argument, it isn't actually one of your arguments that you care about, right? It just shows that the main thing you care about is the benefits versus the harms. And when you point that out as an issue, you don't actually think that's like an issue, I guess. That's what I would say.
Sorry, say that one more time. I was reading chat.
Well, it seems to me, right? Like if you're saying, well, I don't actually have to argue because you're saying, well, one of the issues with the porn stuff or whatever is objectifies women, whatever. And then I say, right, but there are other things that you could argue with that. Then you say, well, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, the benefits versus harms. So the objectification thing isn't the issue. The issue is something else.
Well, no, it can be, right?
The issue is just the stigma.
No, wait, did you not hear what I said at the beginning? Things can bring cons to them, but whether I'm assessing, as I said at the beginning of this discussion, something merely having a downside is not going to be the contributing factor as to whether, or is not going to be the determinant factor as to whether or not I think it's bad or good. I'm obviously going to be weighing the cons versus the utility it offers, right? And if I'm taking objectification into account as a con, just as I would in childcare, if I were to grant you that, when I'm assessing if it's bad or good, I'll weigh that con against the utility.
Right, I understand. Okay.
So yeah, so that is an issue. That is still an argument. Yes.
It is still, so okay, so now I just want to focus on the objectification thing. So you're just going to grant me that. Well, I don't want you to grant me that because I still think that's wrong of you to say that like women are being objectified through just them being in pornography. Do you really think it's the case then that women who work in childcare are being objectified as nothing but like baby tools, basically?
Not really, but I don't need to grant that for this argument.
Well, you have to grant. Okay, but I'm focusing because you're saying that you think
if you want to have a childcare argument, we can also have a childcare argument.
No, that's not what it is about. I'm saying, because you're saying that you have other arguments like the stigma thing. Well, and yeah, if you think that like porn is only bad for the stigma, that's fine. But then I'm saying there's this objectification thing. Well, how do you think that this is the case? What about this other situation? What's the difference between these two? And you're saying you don't want to have that question, yeah?
Do you think childcare like when we're talking about childcare, like like the people caring for the children are not like I guess in most cases not the ones who are like impregnated, right? They're just like helping children that were all
like babysitters or whatever, sure.
Yeah, so I don't know how that would like contribute to this seeing them as baby makers.
Well, because it just shows that women, they're only valued for their ability to like take care of children. They can't like engage in other parts of like the workforce. All they can do is deal with babies and give birth to babies and care for babies. That would be the argument why it's objectifying. Now, I disagree with that argument, but I also disagree with the argument that just because a woman is engaging in pornography, that is objectifying. I feel like when women are being objectified as sexual objects, that comes from like social understandings of them or whatever. But I don't think that porn necessarily contributes to that. It can be that kind of objectification can feed into the desire for porn, but I don't think that you can make the argument that it goes the other way around.
Why couldn't I make that argument?
Well, because I feel like you'd have to evidence it's the idea that like just because women are in porn, that means that they are being objectified. In a way that's just women being in childcare doesn't mean.
Well, I think I think that a activity that's like purely going to revolve around like your advancement within that career, probably like the biggest like contributing aspect to your advancement within that career is like your superficial attributes, like your physical appearance. I think that's obviously going to contribute to like valuing women for their physical appearance, right? Because that's what you're.
Sure. Okay. So then, do you think that?
That's what you. Huh?
Okay, but I don't think that's particularly fair. I mean, I wouldn't say that like acting or whatever objectifies women, even though being attractive there, even as a man or woman, is an extremely important thing. I don't think it objectifies those people. They are choosing to engage in that industry. Sure, maybe they want to.
What is your win condition here? Just because I don't want this to take up the whole.
My win condition?
Yeah, like what do you want me to?
Well, I want to sort of point out. Well, I guess my ultimate win condition would be you and I, sort of like having a goon session together. But outside of that, I guess so far, it's just you, the only real issue you have with pornography and the industry is the stigma. And everything else is, and everything else you say is also there. It doesn't seem to actually be that relevant.
Well, no, it is like as I said before, right? Even if on its own, it's not a big deal. I'm assessing something, whether it's good or bad. I'm assessing the cons and the pros, like in aggregation.
Yeah, I know. I understand
right?
this.
So yeah, so even so you're taking like individual points, like, well, I don't think this thing is a big deal because it can carry over here or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but as I've explained about like 3 times now, right? In those other cases,
I understand that you're explaining
I'm just going to be weighing
But what do you
utility.
want me to do? Say that there isn't a stigma? I understand that there's a stigma, but I feel like when you're making these arguments, you're also like pulling in other arguments that I don't think are justified. I think that the stigma argument is really the only good argument you have as to why the porn industry would be a bad thing. Sure. That's what I'm trying to point out right now.
Okay, you think that's my only good argument? Okay, that's my only good argument. Do you have a problem with that?
And that's why I'm focusing on. Sorry. Well, do I have a problem with that? No, I feel like maybe you're being a bit exaggerative, sorry, not exaggerative, a bit hyperbolic in the way that you describe the situation. And I have an issue when we're having this conversation that these other arguments that you bring up, they don't seem to be good. So I think you shouldn't bring those up if that's your only good argument.
That's not.
But do I have an issue? Do I disagree with your position?
It's not
No.
my only good argument. Like I just brought up the.
Well, but I think it is, and that's why I was trying to explain why by cutting out the argument earlier.
Okay, let me out. Okay, sorry, maybe I'm not locked in enough. So let me lay this out for you. I've given you the way you're here to contest my opinion that the pornography industry is bad, correct? That's what we're arguing?
Yes.
Okay. And I've explained to you how I assess what is good or bad, and you haven't really contested my my way of assessing that, right? So that's
Not your way of assessing it.
Yeah, okay. So,
I've assessed the criteria that you have in it.
Hold on. So you're not assessing my way of contesting that, right? So I've brought up facets that I think are bad. And just by saying that those facets carry over into other areas, that doesn't really disprove that they're bad. That's just going on the scale and contributing to the weight against the good or the utility it brings, right? And any other example you've invoked, for example, childcare, when we put it on that scale, right, the utility of it is going to outweigh that con. That con is one of several that I've invoked in the stream that contributes to my assessment of the pornography industry being good or bad.
Right, so I understand your scale point. What I'm saying is that some of the things that are on the scale, they shouldn't be on the scale, and you don't think they should be on the scale.
Saying it exists in other places is not like an argument as to why it shouldn't be on the scale.
But you don't think it exists in other places. You don't. I'm saying that I don't think those things are the case. I'm not saying that they do exist in other places.
You brought childcare.
I can't hear you at all. Sorry, my earbud is like, give me a minute so I can fucking change.
You brought childcare.
1 second.
Right?
1 second. I can't hear anything. Sorry. Can you say something?
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now. What did you just say?
I don't know. Keep going. Sorry. What were you saying?
Right, so I was saying, basically, that you're saying, Parry, it doesn't matter that these things are on scale in other places, but I'm saying that these things aren't on the scale at all. I'm saying I don't think that's like sex work would be objectifying in the way that you're saying, for the reason you're saying it is. I'm saying I don't think that sex work would be preying on vulnerable people per se. What?
Okay, so
what's my argument why it wouldn't be objectifying? I'm saying that you have an argument for why it is.
No, okay, we're getting somewhere. So I've given you I've just explained to you why I think it contributes to objectification, because your value within that given industry is purely based off of your physical attributes, right?
Yeah. So that's
why I think it's objectifying. So what are you using to contest that?
You think that's because it's based on? I'm saying that there are other cases. I'm saying that there are other cases where those same criteria.
Yes. So
would be the case. But I think
that it exists in other places. That doesn't disprove whether it's good or bad.
I don't think it's objectifying in those cases. I don't think that you would say it's objectifying in those cases. So the reasoning why you're saying it's objectifying.
You're the one that invoked childcare to say, oh well, that can contribute to your view as like a fucking baby maker or whatever the fuck, and it's like. Sure, even if I'm gonna.
Yeah, but you wouldn't make that argument. So the reasoning behind your argument for why it's objectifying wouldn't apply there. So why does it apply here? That's my point.
Okay. Oh, okay. So what you're saying? Well, I wouldn't make the because, for example, right? I don't agree that when you see for example, you know what? Actually, I actually can agree. I can agree. I don't even think I took a solid position on this. I can agree that childcare does probably contribute to like the view of women as like caretakers for children. Sure, that's fine. I could say that.
Well, I would say that's right, but do you think that's objectifying? The question is it objectifying women?
No, because how well you do within childcare is not based on like superficial characteristics like your appearance, right? It's based on your rapport with the child, your ability to tend to their needs. With porn, it is based on that thing. That's like your value.
So then I went to like acting or other sort of like social media based things. In those cases, a lot of your, I'm sure you'd agree, a lot of your ability to succeed is based on your physical characteristics. So would you say that like the acting industry or hell HR is objectifying to women or even men because it is fixated on your physical characteristics?
Partially, they've actually, partially, and they've gone through like over time. You can see like Hollywood making active efforts to like reduce that. But yes, like if you look at old movies and stuff, women, like the objectification of women, reinforcing like misogynistic outlooks upon women was like perpetuated in Hollywood, right? They've now made an effort, and I agree they haven't done it very well, of like casting like female leads that kind of break outside that box. But the main contributing factor for your advancement within the acting industry is going to be your abilities as an actor. They get ugly actors all the fucking time. You could still find work as like an ugly fucking actor, and you could say, oh well, they're like ugly porn stars too, but nobody's ever heard of those people, right? There are plenty of ugly actors. Me and you could both name off the top of our heads, right?
Right. I guess I would just disagree with the idea that just because something is based on your physicality, about the way you look, that's objectifying, right? I feel like for something to be objectifying, that's the way I understand objectification, it's like taking away your agency. That's what it is. It's like you aren't able to interface with things actively. But if you're like a porn star, if you're engaging in an industry, then sure, it's based on your physical appearance, but I wouldn't call it objectifying. Objectifying would be if you don't have like one choice or another. Then you can make the argument, well, it's objectifying outside of the industry because people will just treat you as a physical object, even if you're a regular woman. And I would disagree with that. I think that comes from other places. But I guess I would disagree with your definition of objectification, if that's why you're saying it's objectifying.
Yeah. So the reason I think it would carry over out, or what it reinforces is like the valuing like women in like the context of like intimacy purely for like superficial characteristics, right? Because that's what, like, when you're jerking off, that or whatever, like that's like what like the viewer would I don't think that's like to the detriment of the viewer, right? I just think it's reinforcing a standard, like a broader standard amongst society. To be fair, right, there are many things that contribute to this view of women in society. I would say maybe like Hollywood, the media, would be like the main factor of socialization when it comes to like the views of like women. And Hollywood's made an effort to reduce. I think like there are active things happening in other places that are reducing that view. But pornography, if we're looking at it in isolation, yes, I think that due to the things that are valued for your advancement in the industry, the things that are valued when the viewer is consuming it, et cetera, it's valuing the physical outward appearance of a woman. Yeah, like that's the thing that you're putting the value on in every facet of porn.
I would say it's the thing you're putting on the value on, and you're saying because of that it's objectifying people outside of that. I feel like it's more of like a back and forth thing. I don't think that you could like. I feel like the fact that people have that view of women already is why when they engage with porn, that's the way they engage with it, and vice versa. And it's like a snowball back and forth thing. So I wouldn't say it's like solely because the porn is that way, that is the way that people are going to engage in society. And because of that, I wouldn't really particularly blame porn for being for causing that effect. I wouldn't really blame it. But I see where you're coming from. I guess I'm sure that there are people who, because of things they see in porn, because of their pre-existing notions, engage with women in more objectifying ways. Sure. I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't use that to sort of like castigate the industry as a whole. I guess for the other thing,
yeah,
which is to do with
that's not the determinant factor, as I've said by 8 times. 8 times now, right?
Yeah, it's a determinant factor. So then there's I know you said 8 times. So then there's the whole point about preying on, young and vulnerable people. I feel like a lot of industries do that. Again, you said it's not a determinant factor. Then there's the point about stigma.
Hold on, I need to clarify something for chat. And you can't do certain jobs if you're fat. Yes, but the reason you couldn't do those jobs for being fat is due to like your physical limits, your physical abilities, and your physical limits.
Now you're bringing up Nick. What the hell? You told me not to respond to this.
Oh, did you guys know Nicholas Stewart is fat?
Yeah, he's fat. Yeah, he sold his batty to the IDF too. Now, where was I? Right. So as far as the stigma thing, I don't know. It's just a bit lame in my opinion to say that an industry is bad because it has a stigma. Like, would you say in other places where there's like a stigma against women doing a certain thing or people working a certain job, would you say that industry in that context is bad?
As I said before, it's not just bad because it has a stigma. It's bad because it has a stigma that can like forever alter like other pursuits in life, right? And it's the fact that the people that it regularly employs are in positions where they probably can't understand the full implications of that stigma when entering the profession.
Right. So you're saying, but okay. And so would you hold like other jobs and other situations which have that issue in the same light? Like, I don't know, let's say
no, I've explained
you live in a
50 times why I wouldn't.
Well, but okay, so explain it again, if you don't mind.
So when I'm weighing if something is good or bad, I'm assessing the cons versus the pros. And even if there are cons are not the determinant factor for if it's bad for me. It's if the cons are so significant, they outweigh any benefit, or there's like a viable alternative that can reduce the cons. Okay. So
okay.
So okay,
This
so
feels to me, Aiden, like because I'm trying to explain to you why something shouldn't be used to like impugn an industry, and you're saying, "Well, what about this other thing?" And you just keep doing that over and over again as we go to all these
you're the
all of
one
the
that's
points you
you're the
bring
one
up.
that keeps saying, "What about this other thing?" That's literally you.
Wait, when have I said that? Can you say how I said
Childcare. You
that?
brought up childcare, for example. Like what other?
Well, what? No, but I'm doing that to explain how your point about how it's objectifying.
Yeah. So what
You wouldn't
other
hold
thing
the
am I
reasoning
pointing
behind it
to?
being objectifying.
Okay,
Well, I'm saying you have like three.
I feel like this is what the argument is. I feel like you've come in here thinking that my take was to denigrate like the viewers of porn or like porn as a concept, and you're like kind of
Well, I
like
thought it was that and
you're
this to
kind of
be
like
clear. I
you're
thought you
kind of
had
like
both
coming up with
opinions,
something.
or
You're
whatever.
kind of like coming up with something here right now on the spot. But that's fair enough. Okay, that's fair enough. But I want like a condition here so we can kind of get this thing moving because I think we're like looping. So
All
the
right.
okay. So where do you want to go from here?
Well, I have like a meeting 1 minute ago, so where I'm gonna go is I'm gonna leave the call. If you want, we can have it another time. Sorry, bye. I told you till 6. Well, have a nice stream.
Okay, so you're running.
Yes, to the meeting. Yes.
Okay, so you ran. You ran. Got it. Cool. So is just any job bad? How many fucking like if you still don't get what I've just said, you're a fucking moron. You're like an idiot. No, just because a job, let's say my problem with porn is porn objectifies, porn is a stigma, the people entering it don't fully understand the implications of that. Let's say there's another job where all three of those things also apply. That job is not necessarily bad because I would take those three things and weigh it against the given benefits of that thing, right? What is like hard to understand about this? That was embarrassing. If you want to call in and talk about it, be my guest. I thought you're supposed to be good at debate. What? Where was there was nowhere there was nothing to debate. Like what was being I don't even know what was being fucking debated. I've explained to you why I've brought up three cons that I think exist within the pornography industry, and there are no benefits that I see to the pornography industry. So in my way of calculating whether something is good or bad, the porn would be assessed as bad unless you're contesting like unless you're contesting the way I calculate if something is good or bad, or contesting the cons themselves, which Parry did for one of them. Parry did contest the like objectification aspect of it, right? And then it was like, well, I don't think it does objectify Bill. And then I explained why I think it does. And he's like, well, couldn't this other industry do the same thing? And it's like, yeah, it could. But as I said before, just because those variables also exist in something else, that's not the determinant thing for if it's good or bad. I'm weighing the positives with the negatives. What's your Skype? I don't have Skype. I have Discord. It has a bad stigma. I guess there's nothing we can do about it. We can work to like reduce the stigma. I constantly argue against this, right? I argue against people who like to berate the people that participate in it, right? When people are like, oh, you're a used OnlyFans whore. Nobody's ever gonna fucking love you or whatever. I constantly argue against that. I would love for this stigma to go away, but I don't see it going away anytime soon. And because of that, assessing the real world right now, I think the pornography industry is bad. What about Zoom? Get on fucking I'm not getting on Zoom. If you want to call in, like everybody, I don't even know who the fuck you are. If you want to call in, you can go call in on my Discord. The link is in the description. I'm not getting on Skype or Zoom with you. Okay, I don't know what like year you come from. It's 2025. Can I give you my phone number? Can you call me on my phone right now? Okay, Grandpa. Got it, Grandpa. Do you have TeamSpeak? You know, let's like debate. Let's actually just like debate via smoke signal, okay? I'll get the fire started. So you're fine with men doing porn, not women. Weird take, bro. So porn can also contribute to the objectification of men. The problem is, the objectification of, like, the problem with that is, the objectification of women already has like a strong foundation to it, like rooted in like years of like media, rooted in like years of media, societal standards, etc., etc. So the harms of further contributing to that are gonna like be far greater than it would for men. Men's like dominant view in society and through like other agents of socialization, like Hollywood, the media, etc., are gonna be is gonna be so significantly outweigh any objectification from porn. That it's not really going to be like a big contributor to changing the societal view of men. Why is Aiden crashing out and running from people trying to debate him? You could debate me on my Discord. The link's in the description, like everybody else. I didn't realize you were like Queen Elizabeth. But no, I'm not gonna like download like. Okay. By the way, whoever said read their super chat, I will gladly do so. I much appreciate all the support. Oxy said, okay, that's what you were like so desperate for me to read. Hi, smile. Hi, Oxy. How's it going, buddy? I'm glad you're smiling. Aiden running from the ESL Arab European guy. I'm not running from him. He just ran from me. Got it. I should have gone into retail. I I should have gone into retail. Whoa! Holy fucking shit! Oh my god! What the fuck? 50 fucking Canadian dollars from Katzaflocken. Holy fucking shit. That is very, very fucking generous. That is very, very much appreciated. I don't even know what to say. That is probably the biggest dono of the fucking month. So, honestly, I am truly grateful to you. Katzaflocken. Aiden, do you like fishing? Yes, I used to fish with my grandpa growing up down in Cape Cod. I mostly ended up catching crabs. not okay. People are gonna take that out of context. People are gonna take that one like crabs, like blue crabs, like the ones you would find in Maryland, but they're in Massachusetts. And I'd cook them up. I'd also catch those like little sharks. I didn't really. Good one. I instantly realized you people are so fucking like maybe you people are like the best argument for like ending like porn consumption. Like I knew instantly you were gonna take that the wrong way. Yeah, dogfish. That's what they're called. I'm not good at fishing by any means, by the way. I'm not like sitting here like, yeah, dude. I'm like half the time someone was helping me do it. Um, but yeah, all the men in my family like to fish. They go rent a boat, take it down to like the Florida Keys. They go catch like what is it? Dolphin fish, like mahi mahi, those like green fuckers. Sailfish. My grandfather caught a sailfish, and then there was one day he was alone on his boat, and I don't know what the fuck it was that he caught, but it was like I think a venomous, something that was venomous, and it fucking bit him on the hand, and he had to like go to a hospital and get stitches. I don't know what it was. Um, do you think porn addiction is real? Yeah, obviously. Whenever you're like talking about something that is anything that's like gonna increase like the like anything can be addictive if it's like dealing with your like dopamine reward system, right? So yes, porn has addiction potential, obviously. I think maybe dependence would be the better word. Hmm. No, addiction probably, right? Okay, so before we get into this, how do I say this guy's name? Is it literally just CoreyxKenshin? Corey extension? CoreyxKenshin? How do I say his name? You are not addicted to porn then. You're addicted to dopamine. Well, no, because I mean, yes, like that's like the what is the thing where it's like isn't heroin converted to like isn't like when you isn't heroin basically converted to like I could be getting this wrong, but isn't it like basically converted to like morphine in your fucking like system or whatever the fuck when you like actually inject it? So you're not addicted to heroin, you're addicted to I'm thinking I'm getting this wrong. I'm getting my drugs mixed up. Is it Corey X? It's just XKenshin. CoreyxKenshin. Got it. I'm thinking there's some drug that gets converted in your bloodstream to what am I thinking? I'm thinking of something else. I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking of. It's the least harmful behavioral addiction. Okay, that doesn't mean it's still not a behavioral addiction. I don't know what. I'm not.
Yes.
Am I arguing? Okay, fuck. So I opened up Brave to go like get these allegations up, and what is the first thing that comes up on Brave? Wait, hold on. Let me real quick. I gotta adjust the camera before we flip screens here. Well, no. Let me do my intro. Let me do my intro monologue, and then I'll adjust for the zoom. Whoa, fuck. So yeah, so basically, for a long, I don't know anything about this CoreyxKenshin guy. I know he's like a YouTuber that is beloved by a lot of people. He was actually listed on like people were like CoreyxKenshin is like the only unproblematic YouTuber, etc., etc. And I don't really know like a whole lot about what he does, but yesterday X or Twitter was just like totally fucking blowing up about this guy. They were like, with the amount of tweets and shit I saw about him when all this was going down, like you would have like thought he was like involved in like burning down an orphanage with like the blind children like inside of it. I don't know what's going on. So I'm going into this blind. You guys are coming into this blind with me. We're going to check out these allegations. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to figure out what the fuck is going on. And yeah, so let's figure this out together. Hold on. I think I have it saved here. Where the fuck is this? Hold on. Somebody linked it in my inbox, actually. Yeah, if you guys, by the way, server, if you want to, I read my inbox in the server. If you guys want to join my Discord server, link below. You could call into streams, get stream announcements, and post suggestions for things to watch on stream. But quick shout out to, he posted these out, actually posted in topic suggestions. Hold on. One sec, bear with me guys here for a sec. Fuck, where is it? Dude, I just gotta merge these two channels. All right, these are the allegations, I think. So let's check this out. Let me just adjust the zoom. All right, zoom is adjusted. Let's pull up Brave. All right, cool. All right. So, from this account, JS2 spread around Panda Ninja Axe Official on TikTok released an entire timeline regarding her abusive, manipulative, and absurdly toxic relationship with CoreyxKenshin with evidence. I will link her stories below, all in 3 parts. Please share this around so she doesn't go unnoticed. Well, we're noticing you, so let's watch this.
I'm still on.
POV. You didn't know this was one of the videos you'd look back on and realize he never cared. He just wanted to see how long you'd let him hurt you.
I'm still on.
I'm still on.
Then I woke up again and it was off.
Did you watch me sleep?
Hmm?
Did you watch me sleep?
Yeah, I actually did something to you while you were asleep too.
What?
I'm sorry. I just got this fetish that I do. You
What
I didn't
for?
hurt you. You're good, right?
What you do, Corey?
Don't worry about it.
Corey?
Good.
Corey, what did you do?
Do nothing. Look, there's a camera on my face. I didn't do anything.
He did something, and I'm gonna find out.
So, right off the bat, this is obviously a joke that they are both in on. That he is making a joke. She knows it's a joke because she's laughing about it, right? You can say, oh, well, it's obviously not a nervous laugh. She's filming it. They're clowning around together. It's probably the way this guy jokes. I don't really watch his channel or anything. But this is like very clearly a joke, and she's very clearly not interpreting it as serious. So if you're trying to come out and make an allegation about him, when you're like taking an obvious joke and like making it a part of that in a way where like somebody could interpret it as, oh wait, he did something to her in her sleep, like that already comes off to me as like you're trying to like add weight to some sort of grievance you have with him that isn't like justified. To include this already just seems like super fucking like manipulative.
On the next episode of Nami
Dragon
Vlog.
Dragon Ball Z, where you going with this?
Yeah, this is like this. They are both obviously fucking joking.
Bacon avocado. I dated CoreyxKenshin.
Hey, she likes Jeff Buckley. Okay, so that there's one pro for her in my books.
We're really bad. And I'm not the only one.
Dude, okay, you're not gonna believe this. I don't know if it's because I'm sleep deprived or what. I don't use TikTok, so I don't use TikTok like at all. So I don't have the app on my phone. I don't go on it. I don't know if this is just like a way people talk about serious stuff on there, but like this is like so dystopian to me that you would be like introducing any sort of allegation in this format. Like this is like ridiculous. Who is taking any of this seriously? Okay, so wait, do I have to hold on, I just want to make sure I'm not pulling up anything I'm not supposed to. Okay, so this is a link to her TikTok. Whoa, let's go back. Hold on, it's a slideshow. Dear CoreyxKenshin, I didn't want to do this, but I don't owe you my silence anymore. There's no clean way to start, just that familiar weight in my chest, while the world kept applauding someone who never showed up for me. I was never part of your world publicly. You made sure I stayed close, just far enough to be invisible. Your followers eat up the whole man of faith image you push, but faith without basic decency isn't faith, it's branding. Okay, so she is framing, whoa, let's go back here. She is framing the fact that he wasn't being public about what I would assume to be some sort of relationship of a romantic or sexual nature, that he wasn't making that public. She's framing that as a negative. If you have any familiarity with like the online content creator space, a lot of people just don't make this kind of stuff public because, you know, for example, if you break up, it's going to be everyone's business. They're going to be like, why is such and such not in the videos anymore? So there's nothing wrong with wanting to keep the personal aspects of your life personal as a public content creator. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And it's not only for your own benefit, it's for the benefit of the person you're being with, right? Because you might be with someone who has no content creation experience, and they're just not going to be ready for the amount of exposure, criticism, trolling, etc., that comes with being a person online that's being broadcast to a large quantity of people. This is just very common. You talk about devotion, but act like hurting people in private doesn't count. That's not devotion, that's hypocrisy. You fooled a lot of people, but not me. When I met you, I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I was still healing, still trying to remember how to love myself after going so long without it. I had all this love and nowhere to put it, and for a moment, your attention made me feel seen, like maybe I wasn't invisible anymore. Even writing this now has me crying so hard. I can barely breathe. The pain still lives in my body like it just happened yesterday. I'm not writing this because I still care. I'm writing this because I've carried too much silence. Okay, you obviously still care, right? Let's just not sugarcoat it. Like, you obviously care. Okay, there's that. You ghosted you ghosted me. Not because you were confused, but to teach me a lesson. You made me feel like I had to shrink just to earn a reply. Every move was calculated, even if I couldn't see it back then. Anytime I tried to speak up, you twisted it into something wrong with me. And while I sat alone, replaying every word, breaking myself apart, just trying to make sense of it, they were out here calling you a positive role model. They'll never know how many nights I cried quietly into my pillow, trying to convince myself it wasn't that bad, just so I wouldn't have to admit how deeply it broke me. You never showed up when it mattered. You only came around when it was convenient, when you wanted something, when it was easy. But when I needed care, support, the bare fucking minimum, you vanished. That was your punishment. Silence, distance, disappearing like affection was something I had to earn. Like loving you too loudly meant I needed to be put in my place. You treated my body, my heart, my time like they were all things you could shelve and retrieve whenever it suited you. Like I only existed when you needed to feel. Okay, so just to pause so far, and I don't want to comment prematurely. This just seems like a bad relationship. That's normal. That happens. The format that she is presenting this bad relationship in started with the Me Too movement, right, to bring about allegations of sexual assault and abuse. And now, recently, I've noticed a trend of people taking grievances from bad relationships and presenting it in this format. And because the internet only looks into things at like a surface level, and she's sharing videos where he's joking about doing stuff to her in her sleep that she acknowledges is a joke, a lot of people were going around treating him like he had sexually assaulted somebody, right? To the point where she had to come out and clarify that he didn't do that, right? And if he didn't sexually assault you, why would you ever go and include the video of the joke he made if you weren't trying to like skew the public towards that opinion? That's like manipulative as fuck. If this is really about a bad breakup, there is no reason this needs to be everyone's business. There is no reason this needs to be everyone's business. That's for you to work out either with him, if he's still interested, or with the fucking therapist. It's not a public, it doesn't affect anyone else. It's not necessarily indicative of like poor moral character to the point where it's worth like levying amongst the public. Aiden trying to tell a woman how she's supposed to feel. Yes. Yeah, I am going to tell her how she's... Yes. Yep. Maybe he was a dick in the relationship. Maybe he wasn't taking it seriously. And that happens. Honestly, that fucking happens. And it's like, sure. If that wasn't the expectation to begin with, if you've committed to this relationship and it wasn't what you were expecting, and I'm not talking about not what you were expecting in regards to abuse, but in regards to like, you know, he's not being as close or intimate as you want, etc., that's fine. You two just aren't compatible and you go your separate ways. And that's the end of it, right? You're a grown woman, and you could make that decision. Hey, he's not reciprocating or giving me what I'm looking for personally in a relationship. So I think we could just like end it here on good terms or whatever, go my separate way, improve my life, move on. The fact that you think that this is a good idea to publicly litigate is so far I'm just like very confused as to why you think that's the case. Like I am so tired. I am so tired of people taking bad breakups and like treating it with the internet and like the context that they're like putting it out there, like as if it were like a sexual assault or something. Stop taking your bad breakups and making them our business. You made sure your absence cut deeper than your presence ever comfort. A true poet here. And the worst part, that kind of damage takes effort. So congratulations. And then came the subtle jabs. You once asked if I wanted to know how much you made. I said no because I didn't care. I've never depended on anyone. I've worked hard my whole life and made my own money. Okay, that's great. That's great. I still don't understand how that's our business. But still, you made me feel small for the job I had. Like I was okay, here's the other thing too. I don't like to play, and I'm not saying she's BPD. I'm not a doctor. I don't like to play into the, oh, every woman you break up with who's crazy must have BPD stereotype. But the thing is, sometimes you could be interpreting jabs that don't exist. Just because you feel like he was just because you feel like the things he was doing made you feel small for your job does not mean that was his intent. You should be citing specific statements that he made. Even then, I don't think that's enough to go public, but you should be citing specific statements that he made that show that that was clearly his intent. Otherwise, what you're just like bringing up, oh, well, this is how I interpreted it. And a lot of people can interpret slights that don't exist, that slights are there that don't exist because they're personally insecure about this given thing. Congrats on 1K. Oh, we're being botted again. What's up, Starbase? Still waiting for you to call in, lol, bro. Cats are flocking with the 5. I can already speculate this could have been solved if she just communicated properly. Well, no, you don't even need to communicate. Maybe she could have during the relationship if she felt like it was worth saving. But other than that, it's like sometimes you are looking for one thing and you have one vision of a relationship and the other person has another vision. And throughout as the relationship progresses, you realize you both have separate visions for what you want it to be. And that's when you amicably decide to part ways. Like, that's it. Yeah, no, we're being botted right now. It's definitely not by Starbase, guys. He's definitely not the one that's doing it. I don't know. He even said to me, he's very interested in the points that the botter is making. Apparently the botter is making, but Starbase is like, I wish I knew who it was. And it's like, Starbase, I support your efforts, man. Hopefully we catch that guy, whoever he is, wherever he is. Who could he be? Who could he be? I don't know, man. I don't know. He could be anyone. Let's keep bringing up the bots every stream. This will totally solve the problem. I'm not bringing it up to solve the problem. I will get botted whether I bring them up or not because I am dealing with a fucking psychopath. Well, no, he's not a psychopath, but a fucking psycho, like a crazy person, an actual, like, insane person, right? So I'm going to get botted regardless. And obviously, when I have people coming into my chat asking about it, I'm going to address it. Do you take a problem with that? Do you take any problem with that? I didn't want what you had. I just wanted to be treated like I mattered. Like a human fucking being. But even that felt like too much for you. It probably bothered you that I wasn't impressed, that I didn't melt for your image, your ego, your self-importance, that I saw right through you and still gave you the chance to be real. The chance to be real, got it. But that version of you, the one who could actually care, he never fucking existed. And then came your one grand fucking gesture. Flowers, candy, a teddy bear, and a card. The first thing you ever bothered to give me. The last thing that felt remotely real. What exactly were you looking for? The card said, is it Nami? Nami. The way I feel about you is real. You're so wonderful, so gentle and kind, not to mention sexy, I miss you, and I hope this puts a big old smile on that pretty face. He's trying to show affection to you. He's trying to demonstrate that he cares. He's trying to demonstrate affection. Like what else are you looking for from him? It felt like maybe finally, like, to me, like what I'm getting here is like she just like. And this is I could be totally wrong on this, but it seems like she has some insecurities and she's like interpreting she's interpreting like his lack of like reciprocation, which I don't think there's a lack of reciprocation based on what she's just described, but like his lack of reciprocation and direct affection, or like his discussions about his job, she's interpreting that as like ways to put her down when I don't necessarily know if that's the case. Okay, if there are any, like, I'm actually trying to turn this shit into segments now, so mods, if anybody is just, like, coming in here, typing obvious troll shit, or attempting to one guy, just give him a 10-minute timeout, please. Thanks. I want to, like, encourage people that actually are, like, talking about what we're talking about right now and not just like coming in here to like do like an autistic monologue about like something that nobody else is talking about. All right. When you called that night and poured out a heart to heart, said I've made a lot of mistakes, but you were never one of them, I fucking cried because even after everything, still wanted to believe you were capable of being good to me. And then the next day, someone told me they saw you in California with another girl. I already knew where you were going. You told me that part. But you never said who you were going with, so I assumed it was your family. That's how it always was with you. I never really knew what you were doing, just whatever pieces you decided to share. All I did was ask, calmly, the way anyone... Okay, this is the other thing too, right? Even amongst the people I love, I'm just a private guy. I keep my cards close to my chest. There's just something very nice. And for all I know, he genuinely could have been going out to California to entertain an affair, which I think is bad, right? But he just seems to be just like a private guy. And it's like, I'm private even with like the closest people in my life. I still just like, you know, keep my cards close to my chest. I'm pretty private about certain things. I don't always tell people where I'm going, who I'm going with, etc., etc. I think if you're in like a committed relationship, you should probably be like telling your partner that you're going to be with another woman. If it's like not an affair situation, obviously, you know, like you should probably tell them, yeah, I'm going out here. I'm going to be with such and such. So I don't think it's like weird for her to get insecure about that part. But you snapped at me. You said it. Whoa. But you snapped at me. You said it was your sister. Got defensive. I wasn't accusing you of shit. I just wanted the truth. But your reaction said everything, even if it really... Okay, wait a minute, dude. Okay, if it's his fucking sister, no, I don't expect him to tell you that before he goes... If it actually was his sister, no, I do not, like... If you're going out and meeting, like, a non-familial woman, like, yeah, you should probably be telling your partner about that if you're in a committed relationship and, like, want some transparency there, right? But if it's with your fucking sister, no, I don't, like, expect that to be, like, a detail you have to articulate. You said it was your sister and got defensive. Yeah, because when you question him over that, it's showing that you probably don't trust him. When you're having your friends report back to you that he's with another woman, and I don't know how the conversation went, your tone could have invoked that response. But yeah, you're in a committed relationship with somebody, and you're now not trusting him. And if he really was with his sister, he'd be like, wait, you don't trust me? Like, and yeah, I would probably get defensive about that too. But your reaction said everything, even if it really was your sister. Wait, said everything about what? Because, like, the implication was that he was cheating here. And now it's, well, your reaction said everything, even if it really... Was he... Are you trying to imply he's cheating with his sister? This is like a Sweet Home Alabama moment? Oh, I'm kidding. I don't think that's what she's saying. But what is being said there? That he doesn't like that you don't trust him? Yeah, I wouldn't like that either if I was in a fucking committed relationship with somebody. It could be a lie. It could be a lie, but I don't even think she thinks it's a lie because she doesn't really seem to be fucking contesting that. She doesn't seem to be contesting that at all. Yo, Kinetic Kel in chat. Kinetic Kel, folks, give her a big congratulations. She was on the Whatever podcast yesterday. The Whatever podcast, a place where we get a bunch of annoying women to gather around a table so we could, like, seem like the Giga Chad, like the cool guy next to all the annoying fucking women. Based alpha male. She's implying it wasn't his sister? Well, no, she's saying that she's saying... She's not implying that. She actually isn't implying that here at all. She's not implying that. She's implying... Like, the main point that she's emphasizing here is that his tone somehow, like, took her, like... It was like, the tone was like gave some negative implication, a negative vibe to her. And it's like, I hate when people like assume guilt because you're getting defensive. Like, even if you're accusing an innocent person of doing something that would like reflect poorly on their character, yeah, they're gonna get defensive about that, especially when you're in a relationship that's meant to be built on trust. It's gonna indicate that you probably don't trust them. Wait, hold on. Where's the fucking... Dude, Chrome caught under the taskbar again because Microsoft sucks? Hold on. Did you guys just ban Kel? Wait, why is this Take 9 guy being... Who is Take 9? Okay, fucking stop, mods. I don't know what you're doing. That's not what I mean. Who is Take 9? This guy is like 412. Oh, I know who this fucking guy is, bro. I know who this guy. Dude, I know who this Take 9 is. I'm ban him. Not because I like him, but because I'm very interested in what he has to say. Do not ban Take 9, okay? Dude, this guy is like I forget, dude. I wish I could remember why the fuck I hate him so much. There's some reason I hate this guy. I don't remember what the fuck it is. Dude, it was some shit about a Cheeto. It was some shit about a cheat. Like, he like commented some dumbass shit under like a post I made about a Cheeto. But then there was like, he like apparently like swept for his like friend who, he apparently like swept for his friend who like, there was like some like weird ass fucking age gap. And the guy was like arguing, the friend was like arguing that his like mental age was like diminished because of the COVID-19 pandemic as like his excuse for like the age gap or whatever the fuck. And like, I think like Tech 9, like, or not Tech 9, why am I saying I got Take 9, thought that was like a fucking, thought that was like a good like fucking argument. It's because I said you don't get viewers on Twitter as a joke, and you got mad at me. Did I get mad at you? Doesn't sound like something I get. Bro, you got a 100K channel. You're pulling 251 views. What are we talking about viewers here, bro? He's one of the main morale accusers? Dude, call in Take 9. Hold on. 200 OGs left. True. All right. If you want to call in, the Discord link's below. Anyways, folks, let's keep going with these allegations. Dude, literally if anybody who is unironically attempting to, listen, I think Morale, I'll just say it, I think Morale is like a sexually impulsive freak that can't keep his fucking cock in his pants, and like, at his size, you should not have like this many people who have grievances against you. Like, you have to be doing something wrong. But no, anyone who seriously tries to argue that Morale is a pedophile for entertaining a very brief flirtatious conversation with a 17-year-old at the age of 21 is fucking retarded, bro. It's retarded. You're not a pedophile at 21 if you find a 17-year-old hot. Should you act on that? No, because I think we should uphold the 18 age of consent. I think that's a good place to keep it. I think that like minimizes harm. But in a case like Morales, where you're like 21 and they're 17, that's like a mistake. That's not like indicative of like pedophilia. You're in call-ins. Yo, Tech 9, what's up, man?
You digging in me, fool?
What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, wait, so who said I was accusing Emerald of being a pedo?
I don't know. Someone was just like saying it in the chat. Are you?
Oh, yeah, no, I've never accused him of being a pedo. I just said he was a hypocrite for what he said about a Cheeto.
What did he say about it? Oh, got you, because of the.
Yeah, the whole you and him drama. I just called him a hypocrite.
Okay. I mean, that's like a. Yeah, no, I think that's like fair. Okay. Do you have any disagreements with me on
All right.
anything?
I mean, not really. I just joined your chat and said, "Are you digging at me, twin?"
Oh, okay.
And then I got banned.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, because like if you like make a joke in chat, you have to like make it funny and like not like persist it if nobody's like laughing, because then it just like is annoying.
Okay, but can you dig in me or no?
I don't know what the fuck that means. I'm not interested. Thanks. Anyways. Dude, why is it only the men hitting on me? What's going on here, man? Aiden doesn't like fun here. Oh. Oh. I get it. I get it. Anyways, but you snapped at me. You said it was okay. We already read this. Fuck that. All right, let's move on, folks. Move on. Let's all get back on track. I know everybody has ADHD. All right, lock in, folks. Lock in. Lock in. Talk about the subject at hand. Fat AIDS dog. You could go back to being a Janny as usual. All right, no more of this. People discussing digging in people's anal cavities in my chat. Okay, take that to your fucking grinder. Not the place. Aiden be like, don't derail chat. This is gonna be a video segment anyway. Let's do a random. Yes, because I'm setting a standard. So the derailing isn't like constant throughout the whole segment. If I do a temporary derail, I can easily cut that out of the VOD. Okay, if you don't understand like the dip. I'm honestly, I'm on my fucking, dude. Fat AIDS dog taking strays? I wasn't saying anything bad about Fat AIDS dog. All right, let's keep going. The guilt always slipped out before you could cover it. You always gave yourself away and then you ghosted again. So something I love about these allegations, she's just like giving how she feels. She's not explaining things that this guy specifically said or did that are like wrong, right? She's just like saying how she feels. We have nothing here to work with. We have nothing here to work with besides you were in a relationship that hurt you. And I'm sorry that happened to you, but that's you and like everyone else who's dated multiple people. And it's like, there is no reason that this needs to be the public's fucking business. If like this is enough indication of like what you were like as a person, I honestly could not blame him for keeping things a little distant. You know that kind of you know what that kind of pattern does to someone? It rewires oh, dude. It rewires your nervous system. It teaches you not to trust softness, not to believe kindness. It makes you think that if something feels good, it's probably a setup, dude. Can you make like anything more dramatic? This is like so unnecessarily dramatic. This was real. This was the real you. Not the sweet, funny persona you flashed on camera. Just a selfish, image-obsessed coward who cared more about looking good than being good. You couldn't even stay in the same room as your own consequences because accountability doesn't get likes, right? What? What does this sentence mean? Look, let's just grant all of this. Let's say this isn't her subjective feeling. Let's say he did things that made this relationship not work. As a grown woman, yes, it is your job to say, we are not compatible, right? I can do better. I don't need to be involved in this. I'm going to just like step away and you know, move on. This is, you're handling it like a child, and you're purposefully presenting your problems with your relationship in a format that you know is like reflective of like the Me Too movement, the coming out with allegations against someone. And unfortunately for Corey, the average person doesn't like to do his reading, so a lot of people are going to see this and think there's actually allegations against him. I spent so long asking what was wrong with me, wondering how I could show up with my whole heart and still not be enough. Trying to be softer, quieter, easier to love, but the truth is, I was never asking for too much. I just kept pouring it into someone who never planned to give anything back. You knew how badly I wanted to be loved. So you breadcrumbed just enough affection to keep me hoping, then called me crazy for wanting more. Well, you're like taking that and interpreting it in the like, sure, you could make inferences as to what his mindset was. You can't obviously get inside of his head, but like it could just be he's not like a super openly affectionate person. You know, I'm like that too. I'm not somebody that likes to fucking, you know, I'm pretty cold, right? Not like, oh, dude, that's so cool. Like, I don't know. It's just like not like all the I love yous and everything. I never got that. It's like if you love somebody, you just show it to them with your actions. You don't need to keep fucking saying it. People just have different styles of how they show affection, about how they engage in these kind of relationships. And still, I gave you the benefit of the doubt every time. I let your excuses rewrite the truth, just so it would hurt a little less. I held your chaos like it was... Can we get specific? Can we get specific, bitch? Okay? You're giving me nothing to work with here. You're writing like fucking Walt Whitman on drugs, okay? Fucking Robert Frost, Road Not Taken, fucking head ass. Like, tell me what he did. Describe it. Be specific. If you think this is something that's worth telling the public about and not just keeping in private with your therapist, tell us what he did to you. Okay? I don't care about your shitty fucking poetry. I kept handing you chances. Kept trying to make sense of the hurt. Kept believing maybe there was something good in you worth holding on to. That part's on me, but everything after that, that's all you. This was just... What? Part 2? Huh? Part 2? We just got a whole novel. There's a part 2? What else could you fucking have to say? What else is there to say? You just wrote like a fucking feature-length screenplay. There's a second part? There's 3 parts? Dude, what is wrong with this? What is wrong with this person? What is wrong with you? We're getting a trilogy. Yeah, dude, we're getting a trilogy. Let's see part 2. You know, I'm gonna eat my words if like part 2 is about how he like ate her finger off or something. But let's see part 2 where it gets okay, got it. So I'm just gonna walk back in advance. If like part 2, she's claiming he did some really fuck shit, then maybe part 1's not gonna. My reading of part 1 isn't gonna look so good for me. And then came the Xbox messages. It wasn't even what you said. It was how casually you said it. Like nothing you'd done had ever left a scar. Like you hadn't already shattered me once and just... I'm sorry, I'm taking this serious, okay? This is my serious face. Okay, so what's up? You still seeing someone? Why do you ask? Because I'm trying to fuck your life up some more. What? That was a joke, jeez. I was just asking. Never heard you curse before, that's why it threw me off. Dude, this is such an unserious person. Okay, we can see his joking style from the first clip, and I'm sure if you watch his channel, with that being said, I'm kind of limited here because I'm not a viewer of Corey, right? He has many, many fans. I'm sure some of you in the chat watch him. So I don't know what his like humor style is, but he's like making a joke. It seems like he's kind of testing the waters. Like he wants to see if she's available, potentially wants to get back together, but is also like throwing some humor in there. So what? So she's like taking jokes and now like reframing them as like serious evidence indicative of some like failing in his moral character. The fact that she has to go back and do that shows me she probably doesn't have a whole lot to work with here. Like it was funny. Like also, yeah, wait, good point. Why are they messaging each other through Xbox? Why don't you have each other's numbers or like Snap? I guess you guys could have unadded each other or whatever, but 199 from Scuff to Reckless. Seen enough, he's guilty. I agree, man. I agree. This is truly heinous stuff going on. By the way, if you guys are new here, like what you're watching, make sure to like, sub, join the Discord. You could donate, help us out. Super chat, or link in the description to these Streamlabs. If not, totally okay. You could like and well, I just said that. Never mind. Yeah, they probably blocked each other and everything. Oh, there's music? Wait, I feel like this does need... You're right. That won't work. Oh, so she has her own music. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! This is her music that she's added to this. This is her I'm not gonna play it, but... Like it was funny. Like it was cute. Whoa. As if the pain you caused the first time wasn't real. The confusion, the trauma, the fucking after... I don't know. She hasn't said anything here that like, would account for trauma, right? It could be a shitty experience that, like, doesn't make you feel so good and, like, you learn from. That's very different than trauma. I feel like people are now just, like, getting used to using the term trauma to describe, like, any significant adverse experience they've, like, ever faced in their entire life. As if the pain you caused the first time was... I don't know what he did the first time. You just, like, can't give us any specific statements. You can't give us... You've given us these Xbox messages, which show a clear joke, and you could say, oh, well, you know, that's a weird joke, or whatever. It's like, sure, maybe that's not your sense of humor. My chest locked up. I wasn't... Your chest locked up? I wasn't even surprised. Just furious you still had the audacity to crawl back in like you were welcome. Then tell him he's not welcome. Exercise your autonomy as a grown woman and tell him, I'm not fucking interested, Corey, and block him. Your trauma's invalid. Yes, your trauma is invalid. I am seeing you. I'm seeing you as a victim. I'm hearing your story, and I am telling you, as a victim, your trauma is invalid. It doesn't matter. I don't want to hear about it. Stop making it my problem. Stop making it the world's problem. On behalf of everybody on Earth, because I'm just like a representative of everybody on Earth, we don't care. We don't give a fuck. Talk to your therapist about it. Just furious you still had the audacity to crawl back in like you were welcome, like I'd let you ruin me again for your own entertainment. You didn't come back to make things right. You came back because fucking with me made you feel powerful. Because you knew I used to let you in. Because you counted on the damage you did to keep me soft. Because you thought I'd be too broken to bite back. Because I wanted you? Wanted me how? Like I've had you. Like in a relationship type of way or something else? Like something else. That's kind of messed up. I wasn't a toy. I know that. I wasn't about to message you after a year and ask you to be my girlfriend. Okay, the guy wants to fuck. He's straightforward. He's honest. Problem? I guess I was just a good fuck for you. When you said relationship, I thought you meant I was just going to ask you out. Nah. I mean, you were, but that's not all you were. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You're with someone. That's how it felt at the time. Even if I wasn't, I wouldn't have let you again. When I did that with you, it's something I just don't do with anyone. You wouldn't have let me fuck again, lol? No, I wouldn't. I'm glad I'm the same. I don't fuck anymore. Double bummer. I'm glad I'm the same. I don't fuck anyone. Double bummer. The difference between you and I, though, is that I don't do it with just anyone because I was sexually... Why is this relevant? Just say, yeah, I just don't want to fuck. I don't want to do a hookup. I don't want to do a hookup and fuck. I'm not saying that for you to feel bad or whatever, but for you to understand. I know you told me that. I didn't know I got lumped into that category with the person that did that because I was being used for that. I guess that time when you told me how you felt was not real too. No, he's literally just clarified that at the time of your relationship, he wasn't only interested because the sex was good, right? Implying he's thought more of you. Okay, you can like read that, use your like reading comprehension abilities, if any exist, to like clearly see that he's said to you, yeah, so that's not all you were, right? He didn't clearly just view you as something for sex, as he's just like stated. I'm glad I'm the same. I don't fuck anyone. Okay. I guess that time when you told me how you felt was not real too. Where is his answer? Okay, if he replied and she didn't include the answer, like, honestly, like, also dishonest as fuck. Do you support Sri Lankan rights? I support the rights of the Tamil people who have been facing a genocide at the hands of Sri Lanka for years now. I support their right to resist against the people that have regularly raped and killed them, okay? Tamil nationalism is up. Why'd she cut it off mid-conversation? Because either he didn't answer or she's hiding something. And with the way she's like dishonestly framed jokes, something's telling me it's the last. First of all, let me just say, unfortunately, many people, many women specifically, right? Aren't women like disproportionately sexually assaulted? Many women have faced this kind of thing, and it is horrible, and you didn't deserve it, and it does ultimately affect how you, or it can affect how you engage in sexual activity, how you engage in romantic activity. It could create problems with trust. It can create negative associations with the act of sex, etc., etc. The problem I'm having here is that to prove her point, she could have just said, no, I just don't fuck anyone. He doesn't fuck anyone either. You mentioning you were sexually abused here is not really like relevant to this broader conversation, right? I don't know why this is being thrown. Maybe you wanted to, maybe if I'm being in good faith, you just wanted to clarify it wasn't personal. She posted on her IG. I'm not saying, no, just to clarify, I'm not saying that she's claiming that Corey sexually assaulted her. That's not what she's claiming. She's talking about somebody else sexually assaulted her, and that's like relevant to her engagement with Corey somehow, right? But the problem is, even though she didn't outright overtly say that she was sexually assaulted, by her including this obvious, in the course of making these allegations that are framed in the format of a Me Too allegation, right? Releasing these like in her case, a slideshow, but it's either in like twitlongers or like long branches of text, by showing a obvious joke where he talks about doing things to you in your sleep, where you're laughing and also obviously interpreted as a joke. That feels manipulative as fuck. That feels like you're trying to make it something that it isn't. You talk about faith a lot for an atheist. I'm not an atheist. I've said this, right? I'm agnostic. I've seen numerous people on Twitter thinking he actually did assault her while she... Yes, because the public, when it comes to shit like this, they are fucking morons that can't read between lines, they don't get the context, etc., etc. This is like when, during the Harry Sisson allegations, while they were discussing one of the girls that Harry was being a fuckboy with, they included pictures of her bruised body. They're like, in a previous relationship, she was beaten. These are images from that. And it's like, why are you including that here? And people who read it on the surface level thought Harry was beating this girl, despite never having met her in person. So to include this as a part of your broader allegations, right? If it wasn't intentional, it's incredibly reckless, as you can see the byproduct being numerous people think you're actually trying to claim that he sexually assaulted you, to the point where you have to come out and explicitly clarify that he didn't, right? So it's incredibly reckless, and if it's intentional, it's super fucking manipulative, and I don't know why we should take your word on anything. People need to hate that Sarah uncensored woman more. Well, the state of Texas hates her when she abandoned her child under the age of, what was it, 15? The child was what? Anywhere between, me and Beckett said, Beckett, who's a friend of this person, said I think the child was like under 10, right? If I remember correctly. That they could have been older, but everyone I've heard said the child was under 10 years of age. She's like, I'm out here fighting for the benefit of children. And it's like, this you? Harry, like, literally owned her. He's like, this you? And he replies with her pleading guilty to, like, abandoning a child in, like, a Texas court of law. And she's like, you're doxing me. This is doxing. Dude, it was so, that was like literally... Anyone who tries to pretend like that wasn't like the coolest fucking own ever, this you shows a conviction for child abandonment. Like, that's so epic. Beckett is a friend of every... Well, I've said it before, right? If Hitler had a Discord account, you would right-click his account, and there would be one mutual friend, and it would be Beckett. Every bad person in every unrelated community that comes up in a drama is somehow friends with Beckett. I don't know why this is, right? I don't know why when Westside Tyler was talking about Beckett, and he's like, Beckett has all these weird friends. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I totally agree. Westside Tyler names like me, fucking Diorio, and some other fucking people, and it's like... Those were the people... You could think I'm weird. Sure. But those were your first options for Beckett's weird friends? Not Lyle Convoy, the guy that, like, berated a fucking, like, mentally disabled woman who's literally under conservatorship, who has the mental capacity of a child and is bedridden from fucking constant seizures, berating her for 4 hours, telling her if she left, he would, implying that he would dox her or something, right? That's a guy Beckett hangs with. He's changed. He's changed for the better. And then this fucking Sarah censored person who spearheaded, tried to make fuckboy allegations into like sexual assault tier allegations and was like super dishonest with her coverage of it. And it's a conviction for child abandonment. Anyways. Someone sent me a video of that guy going on a 45-minute Lyle Convoy. Dude, Lyle Convoy is such a fucking loser, bro. Lyle Convoy is a... I hate that guy with, like, a passion, bro. It's, like, not even funny. It's not even funny how much I hate that guy. Like, I listened to that full 4-hour... I don't normally like to moral, frog about any of this stuff. I listened to that 4-hour call... That was, like, some of the most disgusting shit I've ever heard on here. That was, like, like disgusting. The fact that you as a fucking grown man could sit there for 4 hours doing that to someone who clearly had the fucking mental capacity of a child, who was like bedridden under conservatorship, to like bully her for 4 hours so you could feel better about your own like shitty fucking ego being like a 40-year-old deadbeat whose wife's probably on the verge of leaving him. It's like disgusting. Oh, you don't know who Lio? Oh, you're talking about somebody else? Well, I hate Lio. Any excuse to talk about him. Yeah, that was a horrible, listen. I've listened to the Jonestown I've listened to recordings from Jonestown. Okay, that's just obviously really bad. But dude, that call with Lio Convoy was just fucking, bro. You were like, this is not for you. You need to like step away and never come back. You're like an insane person. Anyways. Do you hear yourself? You knew I'd survived SA. You know how hard it was to feel safe in my own body, and you used that as leverage. Just to remind me of... Where did he use that as leverage? Wait, huh? Wait, where is he using your sexual assault as leverage? What are you talking about? Where is this happening? Where is this being demonstrated in any of these fucking messages? Threw it in my face like I should be flattered. You're the one that brought it up. What are you talking about? You're the one that brought it up in this conversation when, quite frankly, it didn't really have any, like, necessary relevance to making your point. Do you hear yourself? Oh, wait, we already read that. You didn't want me. You wanted access. He's explicitly clarified that in the course of your relationship, he saw you as something more than something for sex, and now he's hitting you up for, like, obviously a hookup. Like, let's be for real. And if you want to say, nope, I'm not interested, I'm with someone, I don't want to fuck, totally fine. Go say that. Go say that, right? Say, nope, sorry, not interested, man. You didn't want me, you wanted access. The version of me who froze when things felt wrong. Oh, dude, she's saying nothing there was no sexual assault that happened. But she's like giving these like super vague statements while invoking like the concept of sexual assault, saying she froze when things felt wrong. You understand what that could be interpreted as, right? I know she's coming out and saying now that this wasn't sexual assault, but does she not understand how, like, fundamentally reckless the way she's presented these allegations is? Who kept forgiving you because I thought love was supposed to hurt. It does. Love fucking hurts. Yes. Especially when it's in the context of you think someone's the right one, you get into a relationship with them, and you two aren't compatible. It hurts to have to exercise your autonomy and leave the temporary temptation to go and exercise what's ultimately best for you and step away from the relationship and find a more compatible partner. It hurts, but that's just part of the process, unless you get it like totally right the first time. You have ups and downs in any relationship, but fighting through the downs is like worth it to justify the ups. Obviously, there are some downs that are not worth fighting through, but love does hurt. Yes. When I pushed back, you got... No, she's not bipolar. She doesn't... Well, she could be bipolar. This doesn't seem manic. This doesn't seem manic to me at all. It seems like very strange and like kind of manipulative and stuff, and like she's like a scorned ex. But no, there's nothing here that indicates mania. If it was mania, I'll tell you what you'd see. Take this text, make it like 5 times smaller and put it from the very top to the end, you'd have this whole thing filled. Like, the whole fucking thing would be filled. I mean, if she was previously sexually assaulted, right? That she could just be like super paranoid about this. I don't know. But there's something going on here, yeah. You crossed lines you had no right to, and you knew exactly what you were doing. Then you tried to backpedal like everything could be undone if you called it a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake, it was you being you. Backpedal, you were never... Wait, why don't you show... He's replying to something. Why is the page cut? This is at 11:01. When were the last DMs shown? 10:58. I guess... So you said something with the word backpedal in it that is just not being shown here. Why is this being cut right now? Backpedal, you were never used for sex. I need to make sure you understand that. I loved you. Like I said, I didn't have my shit together. You loved me? How is that possible? He's saying outright, you weren't a sexual object to me. I genuinely loved you. I cared about you. He bought her a teddy bear with a note to clarify that. Then you had the nerve to say, I loved you back then. I just didn't have my shit together. Really? You had the money, the platform, the fans, the house, the car, Okay, when somebody says they don't have their shit together, sometimes they're emotionally immature when it comes to relationships or dealing with some of their own emotional problems or issues, right? Other people have their own issues that are outside of the context of finances, okay? So just because he has money and fans does not mean he doesn't have any issues that he's working through. Yeah, having money, nobody who's ever had money, fans, a house, and a car has ever had a problem that has ever had, like, psychological problems or, like, emotional immaturity. It just never happened. Doesn't happen. You had every tool to be a decent human being, and you still chose to be careless with someone you claim to love. Bro, I was on the fence, then I'm not on the fence, bro. She's a scorn lover. I didn't have my shit together either, but I still showed up with heart, with honesty, with care. I never used my chaos as an excuse to mind fuck someone else. But I guess empathy doesn't hit the same when the mirror is not pointed at you. Because if someone can say I loved you after they've already destroyed you, what the fuck does love even mean? And if anyone else is reading this, I want you to really ask yourself something. How would you feel? Would you keep making excuses for him? Would you still tell yourself it wasn't that bad? I would say to myself, once again, I came into this wanting something that he obviously can't give, and he obviously maybe isn't emotionally mature, or just isn't a good person, or whatever. I think he is, right? But I just understand we're not compatible. I'm autonomous, and I'm my own person. I'll say, this isn't going to work out, okay? I'm sorry. I just don't think this is going to work out in the future. Yeah, let's all move on. Because I did. Hold on, wait, give me one sec, guys. I gotta turn the air conditioning, bro. It's on like fucking, it's on like 78 fucking degrees up in this bitch. Hold up. I'm sweating my balls off. All right. We're back, sorry. Caller in waiting, by the way. Watch, it's gonna be some meme person. Alright. I get it. There's a caller. I'm not taking callers right now. I'm in the middle of a segment. When I'm ready for callers, I will take callers. I don't know who the fuck you are. You're probably some troll that's gonna come in here and make an unfunny joke. You know, let's just get it out of the way. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Yes, okay. Yes, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear. What's up, man?
Okay, so basically, you said the problem was objectification, right?
Okay, we'll do this one after. I'm in the middle of a segment. I just didn't know if you were a troll or not. All right, hang on for another like hour. Thanks. And if anyone else is reading this, I want you to really ask yourself something. How would you feel? How would you keep making excuses for him? Would you still tell yourself it wasn't that bad? Because I did. I did for a long time. I held in everything while they held him up. What makes it worse is how many people still praise you. How many don't know who you really are. How many built their platforms just by orbiting yours. So you haven't presented us with anything here that we can, like, engage with and, like, interpret for us. The only evidence you've presented has been obviously cut and cropped, so we don't even know what the full context is here. It looks like he comes to you looking to fuck, makes some, like, shitty joke that he clarifies on. You bring up your, like, sexual assault as, like, a reason you don't just, like, fuck anyone or whatever. And then he goes and says, oh, I didn't know, like, you lumped me in that category, meaning he didn't realize it was relevant to the course of him trying to go fuck. And then as they continue to discuss, he clarifies to her that it meant something. She was not just an object for sex in the time that they were in a relationship. And while all that was happening, something else started happening to me. What would you do if the nurse called your name and the moment you sat down, the world stopped making sense? TNBC, stage 3. Oh my, dude, hold on. TNBC. I'm thinking this is some kind of cancer. One sec. Triple negative breast cancer. Stage 3A. Okay, I'm sorry that that happens. Cancer is obviously a horrible fucking thing. I'm sorry that happened to you, but once again I have to ask, what does this have to, like, do with anything we're talking about? Like, why is this relevant? Why is this relevant? I'm sorry you got cancer. Cancer's a horrible thing. I don't personally, someone's got to say it, okay? Someone's got to be brave enough to say it. I don't like cancer, guys. I think cancer is bad. I'm against it, okay? Somebody needs to say it. But yeah, what is, like, the relevance of this to anything we're talking about? I mean, technically, you can, through a series of events, get cancer from sex, because somebody could give you HIV, which becomes AIDS, and then you get a Kaposi sarcoma or something that's, like, associated, or is that, am I thinking of HPV? I'm thinking of HPV. It's either HPV or AIDS, but it's a type of cancer, like, associated with one of those two sexually transmitted diseases. You're staring, fun fact, yeah, HPV, sorry, HPV. AIDS becomes HIV becomes AIDS. HIV is the virus. The virus kills you. Once your T cell count gets below a certain point, you have AIDS. It's become full-blown AIDS. Right? You're staring at the doctor's mouth, but the sound's already gone. No tears, just shock. Yeah, HPV is what I'm thinking of. That's, like, the thing that gives you warts. If you've ever had a wart, it's not a normal thing to get. You have a virus. You have HPV. I think, what, like 60% of people have it or something? You're staring at the doctor's mouth, but the sound's already gone. No tears, just shock. Like your soul stepped out of your body and left you to hold the news. Heart slamming against your ribs. Tunnel vision. Thoughts collapsing under words like chemo, mastectomy, radiation. Am I outside? The pandemic makes sure no one's there to catch you. Dude, there's, like, a very famous picture. It's not famous, but there's a picture of me that people like to always use to be like, oh, your hairline was receding at 12. I'm, like, in, like, a 1920s gangster ass outfit. I'm sitting there. I look miserable. I was forced to go to some stupid fucking English competition once, and I had to sit through students reading, like, their poetry and, like, their poetry slams, and it was, like, the most, like, dramatic fucking shit. They were expecting, like, a standing ovation. It's like some shit like, Why did you rape me? I don't know why I was raped. When you raped me, it was bad. And it's like everyone's like clapping, so emotional. See, I feel like I'm reading like I feel like I'm back there. You were isolated, terrified, too stunned to tell more than a handful of people because you barely believe it yourself. You walk out knowing your life just shattered, yet somehow you still have to keep walking. I reached out to people, but not for comfort, but for closure. Because when you've survived trauma like mine and you're forced to face the possibility that your story could end early, we do what feels right for your soul, whether anyone else understands or not. So I reached out to you. I didn't reach out because I was weak. I did it because if my time was up, I wasn't taking your unfinished damage with. Okay. So to me, it looks like she's providing a cover story for why, despite everything she's saying, she went and reached back out to him. And what did you say? That was the most passive. Dude, what did she message him? Wait, what did she message him? Show the message you sent. Show the message you sent. Because that totally could have been something I responded with. If you two ended on bad terms and you're just reaching out to him with like your cancer diagnosis and then like using that to attack him, which I'm assuming that's what you did. It's like, what do you want this fucking guy to say? The relationship's over. You've talked about it. Why is your message not included? Why is your message not here? This is a no, it's not a sociopath. This guy is clearly just some guy that, listen, he's a YouTuber, so there's a good chance he might be like maybe a little like neurotic or autistic. I don't know if that's true at all. Or like have like a very, be socially awkward, etc., etc. I don't know. But like depending on what she wrote, I could totally see myself responding with this. I would probably say something along the lines of like, I'm sorry you have cancer, but I honestly don't know why the fuck that's my fault. If she wrote what I think he wrote, what I think she wrote. So where was your previous message? You're just like sharing your heartbreaking cancer diagnosis and then showing his out of context message. This wasn't just cold, it was fucking cruel. It hit harder than the Huh? It hit harder than the diagnosis itself? What are you talking about? In what world is that worse than getting told you have fucking cancer? What are you talking about? Dude, if I didn't think she was like dramatic as fuck before, like honestly, this solidifies it for me. Yeah, this is fucking manipulative. She's trying to like lump in like unrelated tragedies that happened to her to like make him look worse. If that kind of cruelty comes easily, were they ever... Who is they here? Were they ever human at all? Okay. Interesting choice of words. I lived, and when I came out on the other side, I wasn't alone. I was held by people who loved me with no agenda. That is what healing looks like. That is what love actually is. That was the moment I realized who you really were. That was the moment. You knew my fucking story. You knew that I'd already been through hell. You watched your own mother go through it. You saw what it did to your own family. You felt... Okay, so now you're invoking his mother's cancer I want to see what you wrote to him. Okay? I can't make a good assessment of that message if you're only including his... And by the way... Okay, a lot of people, including from within CoreyxKenshin's fan base, turn on him over this. I don't know Corey. He's obviously not going to watch this. I don't know Corey. I don't watch his content. I've like heard his name. He's a popular guy. Do not let those fucking people back in. Okay, if people were willing to turn on this guy over this shit, Do not let those people back in your space, bro. Keep them out. Keep them out. You watched your own mother go through it. You saw what it did to your own family. You felt what that word means. The fear, the fight, the way it rips everything apart. And you said it anyway. So what the fuck was your excuse? No questions. No compassion. Just a joke. Well, what did you say to him? Because anyone who can witness your pain and feel absolutely nothing was never someone with a soul to begin with. Heartless. Even after I cut the cord, I couldn't breathe because you weren't just a person I left behind. You were a name the internet wouldn't let me forget. You were still everyone's favorite post and no one knew what it cost me. Your fans kept showing up in my DMs acting like they had insight, but they didn't know a damn wasn't she complaining at the beginning that he like wasn't keeping their like relationship super public? And now she's complaining that like fans are bothering her? Yeah, that's like a very good reason like why someone like wouldn't make their relationship or aspects of it like super fucking public. This is super dramatic. Well, you said you got here in the second half. That's like the ongoing theme here. I feel like I'm like listening to like someone who like thinks they're a fucking poet, like thinking they're like writing like some fire shit and it's just like total ass. This is like, it's like she's like expecting people to stand up and clap. Is the music okay? And of course, there was N. She found me through your Xbox friends list, checked my profile, saw my IG and bio, and followed me. But I didn't know that yet. Just another gamer sliding in. Nothing strange at first. Then one day, she posted you in her IG stories, and something in me paused. Part 3. Oh, dude, I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm on the edge. This one's a real nail biter, bro. This one's a real fucking nail biter. Story behind words. Okay, so she puts content warning. Emotional plus mental abuse, manipulation, narcissistic behavior, love bombing, gaslighting, illness-related trauma, emotional abandonment, power imbalance, status-fueled cruelty. No graphic details, but deeply personal. Read with care. So she's like throwing every fucking like, I just learned what psychology was, and I want to use it to like describe all of my old relationships that didn't work out, like starter pack. She's throwing out like every term. Darvo, which is like, sure, that's a real thing. There are people who deflect, whatever, but like people just overuse like therapy speak so fucking much. All right. Let's go to part 3, people. Part 3. They were watching. Oh, she even did. We've got like a cool like graphic design here. It's like a book. Is she gonna sell this on Amazon? Can we get like the book on Amazon? So I asked, oh, you're a fan of Corey? She said, yeah. I said, I'm not. She followed up, why? It came off like a curious question, like maybe she knew more than she was letting on, but I wasn't about to assume. So I kept it short. We dated, it didn't work out. I didn't realize how she even found me until later, after that post, and our conversation. Something felt off. So I did some digging and saw she was following you on Xbox. That's when it clicked. She must have found me through Xbox. I don't know how many others she did that with. At the time, she hadn't done anything weird. She seemed nice, just another follower showing support. We had light conversations, nothing alarming. She liked some posts, messaged here and there. And when you're a creator, that kind of thing happens all the time, so I didn't overthink it. But the vibe was off, like she was watching more than connecting. I didn't have proof, just a gut feeling, and I should have listened to it. Then the anonymous Instagram account showed up. They started calling her out directly. At first, the way they worded it made it sound like I was part of the problem too, but that wasn't the case. I messaged them directly to clear it up. They listened. They removed the part about me. That's when they clarified they weren't trying to come for me. They were trying to warn me, and they were calling N out. They didn't have my full story, but they knew enough to see that you weren't good to me, and somehow N knew too, before she ever even interacted with me. That's when things started to click, because this wasn't new behavior. N had done this before. Turns out she had a reputation in your space, though I didn't know that then. I was still assuming someone, especially you, might step in and shut the chaos down. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. What she's about to do here is she's about to blame the behavior of some unhinged fans on Corey, even though in her first part she was like complaining that he was like keeping her like out of the spotlight, keeping things on the DL. So I don't know how much it seems like your relationship was public, if like fans are reaching out to you. I don't know, but like you can't simultaneously on one hand complain that he's not like making you super public or involved with the content, and then on the other hand complain about getting questions and like weird behavior from fans that he doesn't know or doesn't have control over. Like this is like why content creators keep their relationships private. She's also intimating that that's him on alts. Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting to. I don't think that's what she's about to, because she keeps referring to N as she. So I don't think that's what she's saying. For the cruel, manipulative shit she was doing in your community, inserting herself into the lives of the women you were connected to, digging, meddling, then twisting things. N messaged you directly, tried to paint her own version of the story. One where I was the problem. And you were aware. Okay, so here's what I think she gossiped and said some shit about Corey to some random person that was messaging her. And then this person went back to Corey and said, yo, she's talking mad shit about you. And you were aware of what was happening, but you never asked me what was going on, never checked in, and never even questioned why your name was suddenly tangled in quiet drama. You just watched it unfold like it had nothing to do with you. And not long after that, one of your close friends, Brandon, someone who would never acknowledge me, suddenly started watching my Instagram stories like clockwork, like he was assigned, like you were waiting to see if I'd finally speak. No, he probably told this guy, he probably confided in a friend that the two of you had broken up and like about some of the behavior that was going on, and that you were potentially shit-talking him to this other person because he's his close friend. I would tell my close friend about that. And this guy is probably doing some investigating on his own terms. It is paranoid as fuck to think Corey is instructing him to go check your story. $1.99 from Frenchiest Fry. Truth nuke, alert, truth nuke, alert, truth nuke. Thank you so much, Frenchiest Fry. That is super generous, the $1.99, putting us over halfway to Streamly goals. So if you guys want to support, as always, Streamlabs link is below. YouTube it looks like YouTube's purging the bots. Streamlabs link is below. You could donate now through Super Chat. And here is just I want to check if people here are real. So are you real? And just vote now. Click on the poll. Like, sub, all that good shit. No apology, no courage, just surveillance. His friend, for all you know, on his own terms, is looking at your Instagram story, probably because Corey talked about like the weird interactions between the two of you to his close friend, which he has a right to do. You two did not end amicably. You did something that he interpreted as passive-aggressive. What that thing is, we don't know, because you've conveniently only shown us his response and not what you said. And by the way, for somebody who talks about narcissistic behavior, narcissists love to point out and isolate your response to them provoking you, right? I'm not saying that's what she's doing, but if she's gonna play that game, that is literally a very common narcissistic tactic. And although I hate drama, this was never something I wanted to be a part of, especially when I was minding my own damn business. Okay, when you bring up this N person, all I said was that we had a relationship that didn't work out. I'm assuming there was more to that. You were saying some other shit to people in private that got back to him. It started to feel like a sign, a push I didn't ask for but maybe needed. And looking back, I'm grateful. Because of that, I met the others. The other women you hurt. One by one, I got introduced to more of them. Women with stories, women with messages they never sent, women who saw the same patterns. Okay. When you go and cite a group of people that cannot be confronted by the accused to add credence to what you're saying, that's also manipulative as fuck. I've brought this up many times. Dude, everyone feels this way. Everyone feels this way about you. Everyone's saying this. Everyone's hurt. You're bringing up an unseen group of people to act like I'm not the only one, right? But if these people haven't come forward and you're not giving their names, we can't really use that as like a reference to add credence to what you're saying. Additionally, if these women did actually have some problem with him, it was probably in relation to a bad relationship, right? And if that's the case, they didn't decide to go public about it because that's what bad relationships are about. If it's not something involving like abuse or like genuinely like fucking abhorrent behavior, and it's just like, he's like a dick, he's an asshole, or like, we're just not compatible, you end it and you move on. That's what everybody does. The same affection when it benefited you. The same withdrawal when emotions got real. Blame always shifted onto the other person. For the first time in a long time, the weight I'd been dragging alone didn't feel so heavy anymore. We weren't alone and we weren't broken. Okay, maybe she got like infected by like the Venom symbiote or something. Who is the we? Okay, these other women that for all we know just don't fucking exist. We only have 88 real viewers? Dude, that's crazy. Vote. Vote like fuck. It's rigged. There's no way we only have 94 real viewers. If you were watching this, help us get an accurate assessment of how many people are here. Stop what you're doing and click one fucking button, you lazy fuck, and vote. Tell me you're here. They stayed quiet just like I did because they didn't think their voice would matter, because it's easier to carry the pain than to explain it. But pain doesn't need permission to be real. Maybe I was meant to be the one to speak until they are ready to. I'm gonna like evoke their stories even though they don't want to go public about this. They are not alone! Because everyone deserves that moment. The one where it's safe to exhale, to feel seen, to be heard, to remember they're real. This is my story to tell and theirs to protect until they are ready. Why speak now? As if timing ever made truth more comfortable. Because I was tired of living like your name held more weight than my voice. Tired of wondering if speaking would get me hurt or destroyed. Afraid that the second I said your name, people would stop seeing me and start labeling. That the world would care more about protecting your reputation than hearing what you did. Well, everything I am, everything that I built, risked being overshadowed by you. Some people told me to stay quiet, thinking it would protect me. I don't think that's... I think they heard it and they're like, listen, this just like sounds like maybe like you could like work this out. Like if a friend came to me and presented it like she's presenting it now, I'd say, what the fuck are you hoping to achieve by coming out with this? You had a bad relationship. Like, are you really going to let that consume your entire life? Because at that point, that it's like your fault. Yes. It is your fault if you're letting a bad relationship with a bad ending and a bad interaction, right, consume your entire life. Move on, date some new people, and just go exist. But no, she probably had a few friends. These are like the enabler friends, okay? These are the enabler friends. Tell your story, queen. The world needs to know. The world needs to know. Fucking echo chamber friend group. She wants to destroy. That's what I'm thinking. By the way, she like included an obvious joke that could be interpreted by a random person as like an omission of sexual assault, right? The way she included that, and then later claimed, he didn't sexually assault. It's like, then why did you add that part? She clearly wants to fucking ruin this guy. Wait, I didn't mean to click. Well, we got music. I didn't realize we had music to this. Dude, this is such an unserious app. Fucking TikTok sucks balls, bro. This is such an unserious app. Hold on, let's go back to where we were. Wait, no, you know what we need? You know what we really need for this, dude? Wait. Is it this one? Dude, if I hear this, by the way, if I hear that song over one more video, I'm gonna crash out. They use like the same 5 songs for like every fucking short, every video. Dude, it's like, what? It sucks. We're done hearing it. You've never heard this song? It's like on every video. It's like this one. You've never heard this one before? Shit sucks ass, bro. They're trying to psyop us. They are trying to actively psyop us into liking bad music, bro. They play like Bruno Mars, like fucking ass music. They are not alone because... Okay, wait, we already read that one. Why speak now as if timing ever made truth more comfortable? Because I was... Okay, wait, we already saw that one. Okay. Some people told me to stay quiet, thinking that it would protect me. But that kind of protection still hurt because it made me feel like the world wasn't ready to hear the truth. And maybe it still isn't. Maybe they'll still side with you. But I'd rather be hated for telling the truth than stay silent to protect your comfort or their denial. This was never about revenge. This is a... Oh, dude. They always... If somebody online is saying, this is about accountability, you know you're about to get the most, like, bad faith, trying to incite a fucking mob, like shit... Like, the accountability line, people just don't understand what that means anymore. It's time for you to take accountability, nails emoji. You wore kindness in public and cruelty in private. And silence helped you get helped you get away with both. I'm done swallowing my story so you can keep your fake reputation intact. Why didn't I leave? Because fuck, I was human. Okay, that's fine. That was a shortcoming on your end. It's your fault. Do better next time. Because I wanted to believe he wasn't as cold as he acted. Because part of me thought love meant fighting through the worst. It does mean that. But sometimes, the worst for you, based on your own personalized standards, is not worth it relative to the good that you don't feel like you're getting enough of. So you say, you know what? He's not able to give something that I want in a relationship. Let's amicably part ways. People love to ask, why didn't you just leave? Like they've never clung to the wrong person out of hope. I've never done that shit. Like they've never swallowed their own voice just to keep their peace, just to keep the peace. I've never done that shit. But they never ask, why did he make it so... They never ask, why did he make it so hard? Why did he keep coming back just enough to confuse me? Because he wanted something, so he asked? Hey, I know we, like, broke up and everything, but I want to fuck. No? Okay. Instead of saying no, you, like, made it this whole, like, melodramatic, like, dialogue. Why did he never let me go, but never fully chose me either? That hits deep, man. I didn't stay because I was weak. I stayed because I wanted to believe it would get better, because I forgot what I was worth, because I didn't know how much damage had been done. Because when you're constantly made to feel like you're the issue... No, okay, what you've just said to us is, you are somebody that is unable to assert what she wants or communicate her own needs in a relationship, and that is completely on you. Does that make you a bad person? No. Does that make you, like, exceptional? No. Plenty of people have that problem, and it can be fixed. But, like, that is completely on you. Because when you're constantly made to feel like you're the issue, you start believing pain is what you deserve. Because I'm not that girl anymore. Even soft girls snap when they've had an... Damn, the cringe! The fucking cringe! The cringe! Your good girl's gone bad. Dude, what is going on? Or, like, tell us what happened. If something really happened to you, tell us the facts in a concise manner and let us interpret it for ourselves. This isn't fucking slam poetry, okay? Even soft girls snap when they've had enough. Dude, it's like that line from I thought my unpopular take is I didn't like the first Joker movie. That's besides the point, right? I thought like when I was in the theater and I heard Joker talking to Murray, and he's like, they think we won't werewolf. They think we'll just take it like good boys and girls. I like was dying. I think I was like 15. I was dying of fucking cringe, bro. I hate lines like that. I hate lines. It's like so cringe, dude. Even soft girls snap when they've had enough. She probably thought she was such a badass writing that shit. Whoa. And behind all of that, life was fucking heavy. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! That's what fucking, it's life. It's anything could happen. Anything could happen. Dude, I remember we had, there was like I hate doing personal anecdotes, but there was like a life coach that was talking to like a class. I don't remember why I was there, but some fucking guy was talking to some class, and this like became like an inside meme. He was like, you know, you never know what you're gonna get in life. It's like a messed up game. He was like it's like a messed up game of Wheel of Fortune. Boom, your dad got hit by a truck. Boom, you got cancer. Boom, you got AIDS. He's just like, and people are like cracking up. He's like trying to be like serious about it. He's like, it's like a fucked up Wheel of Fortune. Boom, you got raped. And like, we're just like sitting there like, dude, what the fuck is going on? I don't know why that was relevant or why I felt the need to tell that story, but you should take that guy's advice, okay? Anything could happen to anyone, and I'm sorry that this is happening to you. Okay, I'm sorry you went through this, that you have cancer, that you were sexually assaulted. Nobody deserves that, but that's just, it's life. Bad shit happens. Bad shit happens to people. Okay? 499 from Frenchiest Fry. Did she get cancer from the fallout of all these truth nukes? Yes. Let's get one thing straight. I didn't write this for you to believe me. I'm not here to ruin Cap. I'm not asking you to pick sides. I'm asking you to sit with the truth, even if it makes you sick. Dude, nobody is getting sick over this. Okay, if you're getting sick over this, you're like an unserious person that is like too emotional to like live in society, and you probably need some psychological help. If you're sitting this and this is making you sick reading this. He hurt people. People, right? No, we're actually, until you present these women's names and give the specifics of what he did to them, you don't get to say people, you don't get to say we, until they come forward and he has an opportunity to address his accusers, or we can actually scrutinize the allegations and evidence in these other cases. You don't get to manipulatively invoke this group of unseen women who also have similar stories that conveniently we can't look into, we can't scrutinize. So no, you don't get to say people, you get to say you. He manipulated, discarded, and walked away clean every time. I'm not the first, and I won't be the last. Unless someone finally says something. I didn't speak up for... This was years ago, too. That's the craziest part of this. This was years ago. Like, years ago, bro. Like, what... I get breakups being bad, okay? I get breakups being bad. You should not be ruminating over a bad relationship, like, years later. Who is this about? CoreyxKenshin. Corey Extension? Corey Extension Cord? 189 from Scuff to Reckless. Boom, you're a Willie Mack Show fan. Now that is a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I don't know if Ivana is in chat. Are these Willie Mack DMs public? I might bring those up later. You don't know me, but you don't know him either. You know the version he shows you, the one you want to believe. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm coming into this neutral. I don't even watch Corey. I don't even watch Corey. I'm not somebody that's ever had bad experience with women. So I'm not like skewed in any way. Well, that's probably because I don't have any experience with women. But, you know, I'm as neutral can get here. What I'm assessing is the objective facts of this situation, and everything you've laid out has shown like a purposeful, conceited attempt at distorting the narrative. Your presentation of, in the course of dropping these allegations in the way you did, your presentation of what was and what you seemingly acknowledged to be a joke at the time, was super manipulative, a way to like make the public think that there was something more to these allegations than there was. You only showing his response and not what you initially sent him in those text messages indicates like a level of like dishonesty and trying to frame it, trying to shape the narrative outside of the facts. To the girls still watching him, with hearts in your eyes, thinking you'd be the exception because you were different, prettier, more understanding, more his type, you won't be. He doesn't need a better woman. He needs to become a better man. Okay, we can leak these Willy DMs. Okay, hold off, Ivana, from leaking them in the I'm going to leak them after break. He doesn't need a better woman. He needs to become a better man, and he won't. You could be stunning, soft, loyal, everything he claims he wants, and still, it won't stop what's coming. Because he doesn't just hurt people. He mentally chips away at them. He makes you question your worth, your memory, your tone, your reactions. That's not just bad communication. That is emotional and mental abuse. Give us some specific examples to work with. I take a break every like 2 hours. Okay, that's how it goes. I will go for a minimum of 4. I take a break every stream at the 2-hour mark for 7 minutes. I've done this consistently. We were at 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm not breaking right now. I'm obviously finishing this, but then when I am done, I'm going to step out for a 7-minute break real quick, and then we get back. I'm going to cover the live she was on. I'll do the Willie Mack stuff. We'll do the Will Stancil stuff. We'll do the Rezi Parry drama. We'll cover the kid behind a camera allegations. We're not going to get to all those things, but I'm going to pretend like we are. You look like a mess. I have not slept, bro. I've not slept. Why do I look like a mess? I look great, bro. I look great. I've not slept, but I'm keeping things together. Oh, and the Ethan stuff. Yeah. Fuck. Whew. All right. Considering we've been going through a content drought recently, like, it's like a, you ever seen a Deepwater Horizon, dude? It's like a blowout. It's a content, if someone's gonna make that sexual, it's a content blowout, dude. We're drilling for oil, and it all just fucking flows up, and that's not the end of the content. This week, something big's coming. Just stand back, stand by. He makes you question your worth, your memory, your tone, your reactions. That's not just bad communication. That's emotional and mental abuse. Now ask yourself this. Would he stay if things got real messy, vulnerable, human? Would he show up when there's nothing in it for him? Would he make you feel safe or just make sure he feels comfortable? Would he be there if your life fell apart tomorrow? Aiden, you bring sexual... You guys gave me PTSD from the sissy clip. Okay? I thought that sissy meant being like a coward or a pussy. Okay? That's what I thought the term sissy meant. And apparently, it does still mean that. But also, apparently, it's a reference to some gay, like, sex thing. And when I brought it up, people are framing it like I was admitting to, like, some gay sex thing when I was obviously using it in the, if you listen to the rest of what I was saying, in the, with the definition that means, like, coward or pussy. You're our little sissy boy. Dude, this is insane. You people need help. Really. Okay. You don't have to wait for proof. The red flags are already there. If you love yourself, leave now. Before you lose pieces of your mind, your heart, and your identity. Trying to decode a man who was never meant to be held. Because no version of yourself, not the strongest, most beautiful, or most forgiving, can fix a man who's addicted to power over your soul. Find someone who doesn't destroy the people who love him. To those who looked up to him, I know your experience may have been different. Some of you found comfort in his content, maybe even hope when you needed it the most, and I won't take that from you. But the truth I've shared here is mine. It may be hard to, it wasn't hard to read. It was, no, the only sense it was hard to read is you made it into some like cryptic, vague fucking thing that like nobody can reasonably understand what's going on. You made it unnecessarily like 30 pages, okay? I could have read like, at this point, maybe like 2 Edgar Allan Poe stories, great author. Could have read that instead of fucking reading this. So you made it hard that basically you've managed to take, yeah, I had a bad relationship where we just weren't compatible for each other, and turn it into some Me Too ass poetry fucking whatever this is. But the truth I've shared here is mine. It may be hard to read. It was even harder to live through and write about. If this changes how you see him, I'm sorry for what that takes from you, but I couldn't keep swallowing my pain just to protect the version of him in the world you wanted to believe in. I know not everyone will be ready to hear this. Some will deny it. Some will defend him. Some will twist it into something it's not, because facing the truth is, if you're really all about the truth here, leak what you sent him in the cancer reveal message. Leak that message. If you're gonna leak his response, obviously we should know what he is responding to. If you're all about the truth and transparency, you're obviously not about that, because you're just like giving us evidence that you've cut portions out of. People will say what they want. They always do. I didn't write this for them. I wrote it because I was there and they weren't. And that's the only difference that matters. You obviously wrote this for the public. Everyone who's like engaged in romance, who's gone through multiple partners, has bad breakups, but not many handle it like this, right? You're obviously trying. It's for the people. No extra words, no permission, no apology. Just truth. Oh shit! Mic drop, mic drop, mic drop. Yeah. Okay. So can you just like imagine having a bad breakup and turning it into this, and like mischaracterizing like jokes that you acknowledged to be jokes at the time to like lead the public on to thinking he sexually assaulted you, being like super reckless with like releasing this, relying on like an unnamed group of women who apparently also have allegations to add credence to what you're saying, but not telling us what those allegations are or who those women are, so there is no chance for the public or Corey to scrutinize or address them, but you're also simultaneously going to use it to give yourself credibility. What else is there? Showing us his response and not what you wrote to make him respond like that. Using your weaponizing your sexual assault in a conversation where he was not being disrespectful about it. Weaponizing your cancer diagnosis. I mean, the list goes on and on. If you want to talk about like manipulative behavior, everything about the 3 things that I just read screams fucking manipulative. Okay? If anyone in the public has read this and concluded that this is enough to think there's some credible allegation against CoreyxKenshin, anyone from the public who looked at it that way is a fucking moron that should have all of their social media accounts deleted and probably be put on an island somewhere where like the rest of society can be saved from their dog shit opinions and their dog shit ability at assessing anything. Even a soft girl can snap. That one really got me. All right. Well, with that being, what's the island? Little St. James. You know it. You know it. Little St. James. Can we start selling like a merch? Like Little St. James Island 2025? No, what year was Epstein active there? Dude, I was on St. James Island and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. All right. You'd buy it? Honestly, that might be a great merch idea. That might be a great fucking merch idea. I'm getting my graphic designers in the office now. I've been floating around some ideas, like a shirt that says, your, in capital letters, autism diagnosis. Or no, stop making your autism diagnosis my problem. That'd be some cool merch. We could do some merch that says like rape list you, and then like there's like a pointing hand. Can I make a shirt? Yes, Rita. Yes, you can. Yo, my buddy, CPCA Emergency Government. How's it going, man?
Hello, hello. Th- are you able to accept my friend request? I don't know.
As I've said to you a million times, when you can give me some like verification of your age, I'll let you back in the server. I'll accept your friend request, and you will be good to go. Because you sound young, and because you've lied about every other aspect of your life, and apparently given inconsistent ages to people, I have reason to believe you're 17. So yeah.
17 based off of what?
Your voice.
My voice. So how does my voice determine my age?
It's just a vibe-based thing, you know. Also, like the inconsistency in the age you've given shows like a effort to conceal your age. And if you're trying to conceal your age, what is it that you're trying to conceal that could be a detriment to you? And that would probably be being too young to be in these communities. So just send me.
So I'm trying. So you've created this conspiracy to basically claim that I'm underage.
I don't know. I don't.
Over the fact that
I don't.
you have strange vibes off of me.
I don't think
Like
that,
your claims are not like substantiated.
So I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying that I suspect that you are. And if it turns out that you are, it's going to be a liability. So if you just want to send, you could blur any identifying details, just your birthday. I can verify your age.
Why would I dox myself?
I'm not asking you to dox yourself. Nothing I just gave would dox you.
Yeah, but like your server, you know, has a history of being filled with minors.
No, it does.
And you are attacking me based
name one minor. Name one minor that's ever been in my server.
I remember seeing a lot of minors. I don't remember them.
Oh, you don't remember any?
For so long.
It has been an 18+ server. It's always been that way. Let me know when you can.
Since web.
Always. Let me know when you can name a single minor that's been
Always. Yeah, well, like after the whole fucking Starbase situation, you started to clean up your act so quickly.
No, wait, what are you talking about? Hater was never in my server. That was from Marcus's server. And the only reason we know about that is because I called Marcus out for it.
No, I called Marcus out. Like Marcus,
you called Marcus
banning
out.
me. Like I personally am responsible for the majority of commentary being exposed.
You know what?
Weird
you make a good point. I hadn't considered that. Just prove you're an adult, and we'll be all good to go. See you, CPCA. It's not. It really isn't nothing personal. I like him. He's a good guy, right? He's a funny guy. He's very autistic. Has like a very like obscure sense of humor. But you know, he's like, I don't want to risk potentially having someone in my server that is underage. So if I suspect that you're underage, I'm probably gonna like want something to prove you're not. You know what, CPCA? Show me a receipt for like alcohol. Show me a receipt. I don't know how old he is actually. Never mind. No, what I mean is like I don't know if he's 21 yet. He could be like 19 or 20. All right. Anyways, let us. So last night I had a debate with Spinal BJ about the Starbase allegations. Spinal was apparently sad posting about it on Twitter, but I want you guys to see it. So yeah, here I'll be gone for like 7 to 10 minutes. You're not gonna want to miss what's coming up. We have exclusive leaks relating to me, sent by Willie Mack regarding me. So we're gonna check those leaks out. We've got this kid behind a camera shit. We gotta finish we might check out this live stream that the girl hopped on if there's like anything interesting about that. We got the Will Stancil stuff. We got some big shit coming. You're gonna want to be back for what we have in store. But if you missed it, here's my debate with the one, the only Spinal BJ. I'll be back in like 7 to 10 minutes. Thank you for the 2 cats of flocking. From now on, everyone is 17 until proven otherwise. Agreed. Whoa, I didn't mean to go bit close up. Holy fuck. Sorry, I'm sorry you were forced to see that. I'll be paying survivors of getting that close to my face. I think it's here? No. Wait, wait, wrong thing. And I can still sleep soundly at night. I'm really not, like, gonna care all that much if Iran gets one. Hell, just end the shit. Just give the. Why don't, at this point, we just say, if you guys shut the fuck up and, like, stop tweeting on your, like, can anyone, like, just drive me to Nevada? Does anyone? Well, I'll have the Starbase convo in your car if you just, like, drive me over to Nevada real quick.
It on screen.
Not totally okay. Make sure to like and subscribe. Call in Spinal. I'll give you a call right now. But then I am gonna go after this. Hi Spinal, how's it going, buddy?
Hello?
Hi, are you in like the kitchen?
Yeah.
Wait, do you do your debates from the kitchen?
Well, I mean, I could like be in my room or whatever.
You don't
but
have.
it's like
No, I'm not making you go in your
3
room.
in the morning.
No, I'm not making you. Why is your kitchen active at 3? Okay. Yeah. So what's the problem you have?
Well, you're like insulting him and all that, and you're like wondering why he won't come on stream. And it's like, have you ever considered that maybe it's because you're like not showing him any sort of respect or treating him?
Wait. I'm sorry. He's been in my DMs saying KYS N-word. He's used law enforcement as a tool
You prove that?
Yes. He's.
So then, could you show it on screen or
Yes.
whatever? Show it on screen. DM it
If
to
you
me?
don't want to take my word for it, absolutely. All right. So this one, okay, it's actually across 2 sentences. This one, here's this one I'm putting on screen, and then there's the KYS one. Hold on. So actually, they were two. That's my bad. He didn't say KYS M-word. He called me the N-word and said KYS. Sorry, my bad.
You're a loser. You're a lying loser. Ha ha ha. Good night. And and you didn't say anything to him before this that might have been insulting.
All right. I'll actually read exactly what I said to him before this. And then this next one I'm pulling up. Hold on. This is me saying, hold on. Here's this other one, and then this is me where I say to him, lol, so you won't call in and get defensive when I ask. You're terrified, little bro. I'm just getting started. I will only talk to you if you let me record it. You're not my only option. KYS. Goodbye.
Yeah, you literally antagonized him. What did you expect him to do?
Wait, I'm sorry. The first time I said, why don't you come? He says he has like a story to tell about morale. I said, okay, if you want your story out there, come on my stream. And he says, well, I need her consent. And then I get her consent, and then he still replies with that.
Ever considered that maybe? Okay, I don't know. Have you ever? And this is just a hypothetical because I don't know what's going on in his head. But have you ever considered that maybe he just doesn't think it's like his right to tell the story?
Okay, so now we're moving the goalpost. Yeah, but I got it right.
How am I moving the goal?
Folks, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting this break super fast. I'll be back at once again like 6 minutes. But according to reports I have just received, H3H3 has unfollowed Cameron F305. Okay, these are just developing. I don't know how much validity there is to it. You could go check for yourself, but like we might actually be so back. And no thanks to Dickers or Morale, who took 8 fucking years to make their videos. Even if he thought that, when she, a consenting 18-year-old, said she doesn't want this to be a big deal, why would he take it upon himself to talk to the police about that and tell everyone how he talked to the police about that?
Did he talk to the police? Did he talk to the police about you or about her? Because I was assuming it was about you.
Me and her. He claims that I aided and abetted Morale, grooming a mentally disabled 18-year-old. And then he talks about the two-party consent thing. So according to him, he did talk about that and how I aided and abetted it, even though I didn't know about it until after it happened. And she's not mentally disabled. She got a concussion like once.
I know about the concussion. She's told me already.
Yeah. Do you think someone can consent if they've gotten a concussion before?
Of course. Well, wait. Depends on how recent the
Yeah.
concussion. If it's like a recent concussion, probably like wait it off a bit.
Let's say it's a mild concussion from like a month or two ago. Can they consent?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So what here mitigated her ability to consent?
If you're asking me, I don't necessarily know.
Okay. Got it. Because he's claiming that she couldn't. But when he says he has respect for the victim or whatever, the victim, right? When he's saying maybe he just respects her wishes, she gave consent for him to come on my stream. She had Bobka DM him. He could come on my stream.
Seen the DMs?
Okay. It doesn't matter. I've said this before. It literally doesn't. People keep.
It not matter if you what?
Wait. Let me.
Have you seen them?
Wait. What could possibly be in these DMs that would make it illegal if she's a consenting 18-year-old?
So then you haven't seen them.
What is it?
I'm asking.
What could possibly be in these DMs that, unless he's sending? Did he send her CP?
You'll see it when it comes out.
Yes
Give
or
it some
no?
time. You'll see it when it comes out.
Did he send her
You'll
CP?
see it when it comes
Did
out.
he send her
Give it
CP?
some
Okay, so
time.
that's a no. Got it.
You'll see it when it comes out. All I'm
Let me
saying is
guess,
if you
wait,
haven't seen them,
can
why
I-
are you going so
can
hard
I-
to bat for him?
Can I make a wild prediction?
Sure. Go ahead.
The DMs are gonna be some like gross sexual fetish shit that's gonna still be totally legal because it's between consenting adults.
That's what you want to believe it as. Just wait. When the
Okay.
time comes.
Wait for these DMs to come out in a millennia, and it's literally just gonna be that.
You say a millennia, but it'll be much sooner than you think it'll be, probably. I'm
Oh,
just saying,
shit.
when it comes out, you're gonna realize. What?
You got him in? Who did I get in, Shelby? Sorry, what were you
What?
saying? Sorry, keep going. My bad. What were you saying?
Well, I was just saying, you're gonna realize you probably shouldn't be defending this guy. This guy's.
Oh wow,
I'm just saying, you're gonna regret
he's
it.
like a gross he does gross sexual stuff and he's horny as fuck. Okay. Wow. Groundbreaking new info that was definitely worth going to the police about.
Well, I don't know why he went to the police. That was his prerogative. I'm just saying.
Okay, so you agree that there was nothing criminal in these DMs?
Define criminal. Define criminal.
Like he can be charged over this in a court of law with a crime or a misdemeanor with a crime.
Well, I mean, she's like what, 18? Maybe not.
Okay.
I'm not too sure. I'm not really a law guy.
Okay,
even though-
forgetting the age, was there anything in these DMs that was criminal?
I don't get what you mean by like criminal.
So you don't
or
want to answer a
ignoring the
question
age,
because
like,
you don't want to answer a question because it's gonna reveal these DMs are perfectly legal and it's gonna make him look like a fucking crazy person for going to the police. Got it.
This isn't when I don't know why he went to the police.
If you
That's
don't
not
know,
why I came
wait,
on
wait,
here. I
okay,
came on
wait.
here
Can I
because
say
you
something
were
real
like,
quick?
"Oh,
Can I say something? Can I say something?
What?
We've established that you've seen the DMs. We've established you've seen the DMs. We've established you're confused as to why he went to the police. If you're confused as to why he went to the police, that means you don't think there was anything there that was worth going to the police over. And if there was nothing there that was worth going to the police over, there was probably nothing criminal in those DMs. And if there's nothing criminal in those DMs, why the fuck has he been making a big deal about this for like the last month? Conveniently,
Something
right?
has to be criminal for it to be wrong?
Conveniently, no, right? But I can't think of many things you could do over the internet in a consenting sexual relation or sexual
told you,
exchange.
Just wait and see. When it comes out, it'll come out. Just wait. But all I'm saying is you should watch who you're defending. Stop defending this guy.
Defending what? What did
Don't
he
worry
do that
about
was
it.
wrong? Just tell me what he did was wrong. We'll see the proof. when it
I'm
comes
not
out.
allowed to speak about it right now. I've
Yeah,
sworn my silence.
because there's not
in.
because
I
there's
won't speak
because
about it right
because
now.
because there's nothing there. It's gonna be like gross fetish shit. Yep. Why do
That's
I
what
care?
you want to believe. If that's what you want to believe, man, sure.
What
All
el-
I was coming to say is
what
you
else-
should probably just like stop insulting him, and he'll probably maybe want to come on.
No, because that didn't work before. Maybe he doesn't want to come on because he's a fucking pussy and will always try to find a reason why he's not gonna come on.
He doesn't want to come on because you're like constantly insulting him.
Why-
And you've made it clear you're
Why-
not gonna abide by his one request, which is to keep the matter private. I don't know why everybody
Wait.
feels the need. I don't know why
Wait.
everybody feels the need to like make this a big spectacle. Just keep it private and deal with it, so we can all move on and go back to doing whatever we were doing.
Why would I keep this private? You can't say it's for the victim's sake when the victim is saying Starbase can call into Aiden's stream. The victim, right? She's saying Starbase, you can call into Aiden's stream. So why does this need to be private exactly?
None of this should have been this big of a deal to begin with.
Wait, what?
None of this.
The morale stuff? I agree.
This morale stuff, this whole Starbase stuff. Perry was retarded for leaking the call
but you
to begin with because none of this matters. None of this should be important.
Sir, excuse me. Are you defending this guy? You're saying the morale stuff doesn't matter? Are you like defending this guy?
It doesn't matter. I'm saying I don't really. Here's how I'll word it, since you're gonna try to like do the Jewish thing where you like twist my words.
the Jew. How am I
The
twisting
Jewish
your
thing,
words?
yes, where you're gonna twist my words. Here's what I'm gonna say.
You just said it doesn't
I'll
matter.
word it like this. It's a bad thing, but at the end of the day, I think it should have stayed private instead of all of this becoming some big, massive drama. At least now.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Why what?
Why does it need to be secret?
Because it was like, I don't know. I don't like when people like, I don't know how to word this.
Like
it's
make things like a big deal in public that nobody wants to be a big deal or public? Is that what you don't like?
Who did that?
Yes.
Who you want to know who? No. Do you want to know who did that? No.
Parapon.
You want to know?
Parapon doesn't want us to be a big deal or public. Yes.
This all stems back to you and that Queeman pressuring Perry about that stupid call because you guys were hounding him about it. All of that should have stayed private and just been swept under the rug and moved on or whatever. Wait. Now it's been dragged on and something it's not.
So are you admitting the thing that I already think, that Starbase is only now litigating the morale stuff because we litigated his drama?
I mean, I don't know why he's litigating it now. It's out now, so it doesn't really matter much.
Why? Why though? Why do you think he's doing it right now? Why do you think he's doing that right now? All right, folks. Sorry about the wait. I just had to go make a coffee. If we're gonna go do this thing full length, obviously I'm pretty fucking sleep deprived. Give me 1 sec here. I know we lost viewership. They'll come back. As always, for those of you that stayed, much fucking appreciated. Support, as always. Much appreciated. Thanks, guys, for sticking... Sleep more, lol? I woke up late. Okay, I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule. You know me. It's normal. I'm just resetting my... Dude, I need to go on Ambien. I'm just gonna go on Ambien at this point. Fuck this shit, man. Fuck this shit. I'm going on Ambien. Yo, viewership is spiking again the second I get back. 411 concurrent viewers, guys. The support is appreciated, as always. Can I call in now? Yeah, you could call in now. We had 200 real viewers while I was gone, which is super cool. But let me just, hold up. I'm not leaving, I'm just, gotta adjust it for the full face. Zoom out a little bit. Alright. There we go. Yeah, I'm just, instead of, to help with the quality of the camera, I'm just manually zooming with the camera now when I go between scenes on OBS. Because when I zoom in on OBS, it kind of fucks the quality. Yo, you wanted to debate? Hello?
Hello? Yes.
What's up?
Okay. So basically, you said objectification was the problem.
It was like a con. It was one of the few cons in regards to the industry, yeah.
Yes, okay. But the thing is, basically, I'm assuming objectification means basically being treated just like an object.
No, it's so
Like,
so contributing to the view of women as like their value is like held within their bodies and like outward physical appearance.
Okay, but basically every job objectifies people because people are only being used for like the thing that gives value. Like if you're a worker at a factory, you're basically being objectified like a machine.
Wait, what do you think? What do you think objectification means? Well, how do you define it?
Basically, I'd say it's basically like you're not seen as a human person with your own like values or whatever, and are basically
Well-
just seen as the value you give, like
Well,
for a certain.
Yeah. So the way I define, like in the context of misogyny, it would be like viewing women for their like outward appearance, body, etc., like sex objects, right? The thing is,
Yes, that.
the thing is, right, about these other jobs, your value is not being held in place of your, like, unless we're talking about modeling, maybe, your value, and modeling is also a big, modeling has many problems of its own, but in regards to other jobs, the value is being placed in something that you do, something in regards to your actions or abilities as a person, right? If we're doing landscaping, your ability to complete tasks in relation to manual labor is what's being valued. If you're completing a job relating to, marketing, your ability to analyze data and come up with like creative ways of like marketing things, your creativity, that's what's being valued. When it comes to porn, the value is being placed on your outward physical characteristics.
But I don't get what's the problem with that. Is it
Sure. So
like because people?
So personally, I think that it's been like a viewing women purely as like viewing women as like, and I know it's like, oh, it's talking misogyny, cringe, but like viewing women as like objects for sex, or like placing significant value in their outward physical appearances over like their like skills, opinions, and abilities as a human being has been like a historical problem in relation to misogyny. You can see this in old movies and the way that women are portrayed, always as like the love interest, or it's always in relation to they're like supplementary to the main character. I think this is a view that's like harmful, as I personally believe women are, more than just about their like outward physical appearance. There should be other things valued about them. So I think like the objectification of women is not a good thing.
Yes, but imagine, like in the 1800s, like black people were basically only seen for their manual labor. But like you wouldn't say that just because historically their value was just that, it'd be bad to hire black people for.
Well, it wasn't
works.
Well, no, it wasn't just about the labor they were doing. It was about that it was non-consensual, and they were deprived of their right to self-determination, to pursue a career path that they wanted, which is something that we acknowledge is an inherent right amongst human beings, right? They lacked that because they weren't viewed as human beings. So it wasn't just that they were. It was the problem wasn't that they were doing manual labor. The problem was that they weren't consenting
That's not
to
my
it.
argument.
Okay.
The argument is that just like porn could be argued that it's continuing the historical thing of women being seen only for their appearance, like hiring black people in minimal labor would continue the historical view.
But I've just explained to you why that doesn't follow, because the problem with like in the case of like slave labor was that it wasn't just that, oh, they have to do manual labor. It was that they were viewed as people where we decide what they should be doing. They don't get to decide that for themselves. If it were the case that slavery, it wasn't black people picking cotton, it was we were having black people shine shoes. That's why we had a bunch of slaves, right? The problems wouldn't change. It would still be a problem regardless of what they were doing.
It's not about slavery itself. It's about the view. Like in the 1800s, people would be like, "Oh, black people are strong," but they're even the people that thought, like I think it was the phalangists or whatever. They wanted.
What? Can I just ask out of curiosity, where are you from? Tokyo?
Portugal.
Sorry?
Portugal.
Oh, Portugal. Got it. Okay, continue.
But basically, what I'm saying, a lot of the academic racists, they were like, the races have certain, upsides the white people are smart, the black people are strong or whatever, but they're not smart. It was like that.
Sure.
And
I agree. If you're only viewing black people as like good for manual labor and nothing else, that's a problem, right? The thing is,
exactly.
a black person volunteer. Wait, the problem is, right? The thing you're talking about where it can reinforce the old like that their only value is manual labor. The thing is, right? There's a difference between imposing that forced position on them and letting them
exactly.
But with porn,
and exactly that. It's not imposing anything. Like it's not like we're not talking about people forced to do porn. Obviously, that'd be bad. But like if a woman decides of her own free will to do porn, it can be said that it's imposing on her. So it's like basically.
The problem is right, the view of women, right, as like objects for sex has like real world, like present social, it's not just like a thing of the past, it's like a presently persisting problem. When you talk about like it's reminiscent of slavery, it is, and there still is racism in society, but typically having a like black person work as like a welder or like some manual labor job, that's not really like the thing that's coming to mind for people, right? Oh, he's black, he can only do manual labor. The thing that would come to mind when you see a woman with a hot body is her body is hot, and that's like the only value you're attributing to her.
I agree nowadays, but even in the 1800s, after slavery was abolished, you wouldn't say, it's bad to hire black people for manual labor. Like if you're an anti-racist in the 1800s, it wouldn't be, we shouldn't do that because it enforces the stereotype that's still present in our current society.
Wait, MC Chronic, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was talking about what's it called?
We're talking about slavery.
What was y'all talking about?
Slavery. Do you think that black people working a manual labor job reinforces like a negative view of them?
Okay, not nowadays, but you wouldn't say, even if you lived in the 1800s, you wouldn't say you shouldn't hire black people for that, because it would reinforce it back then, because back then it was a real view that had prominence. But even back then you wouldn't say that.
Wait a minute, time out. Well, manual labor, that's like manual labor, there's a difference between manual labor and forced labor. So like manual labor is like when you get like paid for doing labor, right? But when you like think, oh, that's all black people do, that's bullshit. Because you know, I'm a musician, so clearly that's not all we do in these streets, you know.
True.
Okay, but back then it would be a real position that some people would believe. And even back then, you wouldn't say that you shouldn't hire black people because it reinforced the stereotype that would still exist back then.
Well, also the other thing too is, right, as I said before, with my like calculus of whether something is good or bad, even if I grant to you, Portuguese guy whose name I can't say, even if I grant to you that somehow black people being voluntarily employed in jobs of manual labor it does play upon stereotypes, even if I say that's true, which I don't necessarily agree with, the net value of having anyone partake in these jobs is going to outweigh the potential stereotypes. So when I'm like assessing, okay, does the good outweigh the bad? Manual labor is like necessary for a like productive society. So the good is going to outweigh any potential stereotypes if it's like voluntary manual labor. With porn, okay, there are no positives to really put on the scale to like outweigh the negatives in that regard, right?
Well,
I guess that's true.
I mean, I guess like the only positive with being a porn actor is that you get money, but that's really it.
On like because you know, on like an individual level, but there are other like alternatives of doing that where you can make just as much money and you're valued for your like attributes or abilities as a person as opposed to like your physical appearance as a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
okay, but I don't even think that like obviously some people wouldn't, but I don't think every person would mind if the attributed value they had was a physical appearance.
I don't. Some people might not. But that's like completely irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant. There are several negatives in my discussion with Perry. There are several negatives I outlined that I associate with the porn industry. I'm weighing that against potential good, and I don't see any potential good that makes these negatives like worth it to consider this not bad, right? Something is bad to me if the negatives are way more consequential than any good part about it. And when it comes to porn, it doesn't seem like there's any consequential good that's gonna like make it a good thing in comparison to the negatives.
Oh, okay, yes, I kind of agree with that. I was just saying because I don't think it's the objectification thing is a thing that's taken into account very much in other contexts. But if the problem is that it's not really that bad, but since there is no good since there's no good, it's still net negative. Then I guess it's okay. I agree. I guess.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, guys. Chronic, you got any new music in the works?
Yeah. I'm about to be signed with a label.
You're being
no
signed with a
shit, like,
label?
I'm dead ass. Yeah.
Well, send me
shit.
your shit when you come out with it. I'll link it in chat.
I'm not sure when it's gonna come out, but it's gonna come out sooner or later.
We're waiting on it. We're waiting on it. All right. Thanks, guys, for coming on.
I know y'all been waiting on it, but all right, bro.
Take care. See you.
Going.
All right. Cool. Well. Bias, you already don't like porn. You'll never find a positive? Okay. Who is the black guy? That's MC Chronic. Longtime viewer, supporter of the streams. He's a musician. He's a funny guy. Says funny stuff. He's participated in some very good bits we've done on these streams before. Overall, he's a nice chatter. All right. Well, with that being said, hold on. Let me just real quick. Let's get back to the main content. Give me one sec here. Zoom that shit. Whoa, fuck. All right. I'll zoom that shit in. All right. So apparently, and I'm hearing from, I've been hearing, so with LolCow Live, okay, I know that there has been several controversies. Apparently, Wings of Redemption, who I know nothing about, he like pushed or shoved his girlfriend on stream, and apparently he got kicked off the show, I'm hearing. Apparently he's not on it anymore. Apparently he got replaced. But was it over that? Was it over that? Was that the reason Wings got replaced? Because now, the new lineup you've got... Oh, wait, Wings is still on it. Never mind. Wait, no, that's from 11 months ago. Wait. It's from 11 months ago. No, I'm not going over the Wings news. There is new news that is unrelated to Wings. Okay, I'm just establishing some context. I'm not covering that. Okay? But apparently, yeah. So, okay, got it. So they kicked him off, and they replaced him with actually a longtime associate of mine, or somebody I've spoken to. We've been friendly for years. Kid Behind a Camera. Now, Kid Behind a Camera used to be, he was the son of Angry Grandpa, who was a beloved YouTuber from South Carolina who got very big. And Kid Behind a Camera was like the guy that filmed him and participated in the videos, his son. And then unfortunately, Angry Grandpa passed away a few years ago. And it seems like ever since that happened, and this is the problem when you like kind of get big for one thing and you can't really, it doesn't really suffice anymore. He's been reliant, his viewership has mostly been reliant on doing like clickbait that his audience has been like fed up with, right? So like, heartbreaking news, she slept with my father, why we're getting divorced, she stole Angry Grandpa's ashes, I'm moving out, goodbye, the saddest birthday, back. I just want to see what the comments say. So people, he is the new co-host of LolCow Live. And while this is happening, apparently a domestic violence case has resurfaced in regards to him. And people are accusing Keem, Xylee, and everyone else involved in this god-awful show of sweeping for him. Now, the 911 call was released. We're going to listen to that. And he was actually arrested for this, according to Shamu.
The face, like.
So the officer, okay, we'll check this out. He met his wife when she was 15, and he was 23. Yikes. When did they start dating, though? That's the question. That's a yikes, bro. That's a big fucking yikes.
Where are you safe right now, or are you separate?
Upon my arrival, I was directed to the residence to attempt to locate the male. I made contact with Michael Green, that's kid behind a camera, at his front door. Michael was yelling, upset, and demanding that we arrest him. PFC Stewart complied with his request and placed him into handcuffs to the rear. I then spoke with Michael in the rear of PFC Stewart's patrol vehicle. He was read Miranda, to which he stated he understood. He then told law enforcement he thought he hit his wife, but he blacked out. When I asked further questions, he stated he slapped his wife twice and then walked inside. Michael stated there was no other violence, and as soon as he realized what he did, he attempted to walk outside to fix things, but the victim had already contacted law enforcement. I advised the arresting officer, PFC Wilson, of the statements. Nothing further.
He went inside, but I oh God.
All right, take it. Hey.
The face so many times.
So according to officers, he apparently admitted to hitting her in the face. She sounds very distraught here. Understandably. This is gonna be a hard listen, but
Hello?
I'm still here. Where is he?
He's inside right now.
Okay.
I fucking walked. It's a call.
No, I want you to stay separated. Does he have any weapons?
No.
Okay. Has anybody been drinking?
him and Mike have been friends for a long time. That's how I met Kid Behind a Camera. I met Kid Behind a Camera through Kim. But if you're gonna kick wings off for the shove, which is fair, I mean, you have to kind of address this moving forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we both are.
Okay. Do you need EMS?
Oh, God. I don't know.
Kim and Boogie spent an entire show gaslighting the audience that Mike didn't do anything. Do you have a link to that? That'd be very useful.
Probably not. I don't know.
I'm being told Xylee swept as well. I'm not. I mean, listen. As if I wasn't interested enough in this story.
No. When he fucking hit me, I fucking saw white. So whatever that fucking means.
You saw lights when he hit you?
She might have got a concussion.
Yes.
Did you pass out?
Hurry now, please hurry. Please.
They're on the.
She doesn't sound like she has a concussion, but that might be indicative of. I don't.
Oh, wait, they're already on the way.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your name?
Bridget.
What's your name?
Please fucking hurry.
So this is Bridget, Michael's wife, that he still like vlogs. Apparently there was an episode from a long time ago where Bridget got hit by like Mike's crazy brother or something, and people are now looking at that and saying they like pinned it on him. I don't know what's going on.
He's coming.
Okay. I'm staying on the phone with you, okay? What's your name, hon?
I'm running on my goddamn road right now because I don't fucking trust him.
You're running?
Yes, I'm literally.
What date? Oh, the day. Wait, I thought this was from years ago. Wait, dude. Holy fuck. This was only from a few months ago. Dude, this is bad. Because, like, for a while, there was controversy. People were invoking the dating age. If they were dating and she was 15, he was fucking 23. Okay, that's insane. Right? But then, this was only from 3 fucking months ago? This is so fit. Okay, Cyanide, I know you live in, like, some third world shithole where you, like, have to, like, dodge bullets to, like, walk down the street every day. But in America, right, we can actually, like, police reports are public. We can just get access to that stuff. There is a police report and mugshot accompanying it, verifying that this happened.
I'm on my road right now because I don't trust him.
All right, is he actively chasing you?
Woo! He's calling my name. No! I got the cops on you. Leave me alone. Go. No.
What's his name?
And I know they have kids in the house, right? I mean, that's just like, yeah, not good, obviously. I mean, I don't know what else I could say. I don't know what else I could say. Like, he, according to, and I don't know why the police would lie about this. According to police, he did admit to hitting her. She's claiming he hit her a bunch of times. He's claiming he doesn't remember, he blacked out, but then he admits he slapped her twice. But I mean, hearing her voice, I believe her. I believe her. You can obviously tell she is scared. You can obviously tell she was fearing for her safety or was very distraught about this. Yeah, this is not good. So he got arrested over this, right? And wait, did the whole... Okay, apparently the call is 7. I don't know if we're going to listen to the whole 7-minute thing. Keem is covering up domestic violence. Bridget lives with her abuser and is scared of Mike and will lie he didn't hit her. When you're drunk, the truth comes out. Mike beat up Bridget. The phone call speaks volumes. Kid behind a camera of LolCow Live says he is not guilty and the charges will be dropped on his next court date in May.
I mean, it's public information. It's just Mike can't talk about it. Like,
okay. All I can say is I didn't do it. I'm innocent. It'll be dropped. It will be dropped. I didn't do it. So
but why would you say you admitted to, and to be clear, right? If you are in his shoes, I don't like to give criminals advice, but like, yeah, you obviously should exercise your Fifth Amendment right, but like, you didn't, and you admitted to hitting her. Are you gonna claim you lied about, like, you lied to the police about hitting her? I don't know why you would lie about that.
Club don't quit, you must have quit. Fuck it.
So yeah, that's all.
This guy had sex with his wife when she was 14 years old and he was in his 20s. Made up a story. Okay. They probably met, what, in like the 90s? So if she was like 17 and he was like 20 something, it'd be like, yeah, okay, that's yikes. But like, they're happily married. It worked out. It's decades later, you know, whatever. But 14 is like insane. 14, 15, if you're 23 years old, quite frankly, anything below 18 is insane. But people could say, oh, it was a while ago, she was 17. This isn't 17, this was 14. Oh, 15, sorry, 15. Same fucking shit. Same shit. You're still, isn't a freshman, being a freshman in high school, it's 14 to 15 years old. So this guy, potentially, after being the age of a college graduate, very well, allegedly, might have fucked somebody who was a freshman in high school. That's insane, bro. Wait, so okay, I'm gonna have Shamu. I'm gonna see if Shamu wants to call in and explain this to me. So, okay, so am I getting this right? When he was 23 and she was 14, they met at that same, while she was still, no, 15. While he was 23, she was 15. They met while he was still 23 and she was still 15. They began a relationship where it is alleged that sexual intercourse occurred. They remained together and eventually got married. Is that it? Is this Bridget we're talking about, by the way? Are we talking about Bridget here? Is Bridget the 14, 15-year-old? 15-year-old. Is Bridget the one we're talking about? His wife he's presently with? All right, got it. Yeah, that's a yikes. If they were together the whole time, then he would have total control over her. She couldn't... Exactly, yes. Just because the two of them are in a happy relationship now, this is cope, okay? This is cope. We don't know what is actually going on behind closed doors. And if this guy has known her and been in a relationship with her since she was 15, grooming likely did happen. And grooming, where the relationship has consistently remained into adulthood, still is in effect. So she could still potentially be concealing aspects of this, right, on his behalf. And evidently, based on that 911 call and what he admitted to the police, bad shit is happening behind closed doors. Aiden, weren't you underage when hanging with... Yeah, I was. That's very different than being under... That's very different than starting a relationship with an underage person. I was underage in commentary. I shouldn't have been, and luckily for me, nobody was inappropriate around me. And compared to other kids who were online at that time, I was lucky not getting exposed to certain things. Who is that dying blob on the... This is Tina.
Don't quit, you must have quit. Fuck it.
They live in like some... I haven't spoken to Mike in a long time, but Mike, I still have him on Discord and stuff. I mean, I can try and message him for comment. But yeah, Bridget's like was like a regular on the series. They live in just... Dude, if you want your like impression of the United States to just be ruined, just go to South Carolina. Just go to South Carolina. You will leave that place despising this entire country. One of Keem's primary defenses for this is she wouldn't retract her story to the police because it would help her in the divorce. So she has filed for divorce. Okay. 11 hours long. Holy fuck. This podcast totally fell off after the boogie ship, by the way.
Online is mug.
After like the boogie cancer shit, it was all fake. It was all completely fake. Like I was tuning in every episode when the boogie fake cancer shit was happening. Then I lost all interest. I'll admit that was Kino fucking content, even though he genuinely did a horrible thing.
Shot, and I called Mike right away. And
that was like one of the things that made me also want to come back. That was like the first time in a while I was like actually following YouTube drama.
Called Mike. Mike was on the phone with Bridget on speaker, and I heard Mike's point of view and Bridget's point of view. And what I was told is Mike got drunk for like the first time at Fat Camp, right?
Yep.
And he decided that him and his wife, ex-wife, Bridget, would drink and have a good time.
Oh no.
Now Bridget, when she's sober, doesn't care that Mike is hooking up with other women.
Nope, not at all.
But in this drunking episode...
Wait, what? I would need to hear that from her. What is he talking about, bro? What is he fucking talking about? She's married to him. They have kids together. Why would she not care? Unless they don't strike me as like woke or like progressive, having an open fucking relationship. I don't believe that for a second. Just to be clear, I don't believe that at all. Maybe after being in her head since she was 15 years old, maybe he convinced her to accept him talking to other women, despite her not liking it. Oh wait. Shamu, what's up, man? I'm covering this kid behind a camera stuff.
Hey, what's up?
So is Xylee gets real sweeping for my kid behind a camera?
I don't know. I don't know what Xylie's done or hasn't done, like in terms of like any of this stuff.
Good. I just wanted to find a way we could implicate her in this. I guess we can't. Bummer. But Keem and the rest of them are sweeping.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, with the call itself, I mean, you have the call itself where the wife is like pretty distressed, and you could say like, oh, she's lying or whatever, but Mike told the police as soon as they got there that he hit her, right?
Yeah. Yep. Like 2 times.
And to me, it's like, I don't really care what they're saying now. I mean, like the wife, when you have situations like that, like, you know, the wife will, if someone's a victim of like physical abuse, like they'll change their story and they'll run protection and all that stuff. So I don't think you can trust anything they're really saying.
But
I mean, you can't really say definitively if it happened, but I wouldn't say like it didn't happen. I wouldn't be saying that.
Has she come out and tried to say this didn't happen?
Yes, she has.
But has she also filed for divorce?
Yeah, so they're in the middle of a divorce. I mean, if I was Mike, like I would be trying to get, you know, basically for this to just like go away or whatever. So who knows what my cat's going crazy. Who knows what the situation is behind the scenes, but
to believe,
but yeah, she is saying, I guess, to Keem that like it didn't, she was lying is basically what she's telling Keem.
Wait, then why hasn't she dropped, has she tried to drop, or has she tried to get the charges dropped? Or not press charges?
I think Keem said, you know, I haven't like looked at this like comprehensively or anything, but my understanding is that she wrote a letter to the court and it'll go to court in like 10 days or whatever. And if the state wants to pursue, then they'll pursue. But typically in these situations,
They're
like
not gonna
I've
pursue.
seen it with like the Thorpes and stuff, if the victim is writing letters to the court and like begging the court to like stop, then they'll typically stop in my experience.
Yeah. Yep. So, but to believe that he didn't hit her, we would have to believe that they called the police. She put on like an Oscar-worthy performance to the cops, claiming he hit her, and then he decided to lie as well that he hit her. Like that, to believe this didn't happen, we'd have to believe that, right?
Yeah, and it's just like ridiculous. And the Mike guy, I recall, I wouldn't say like I'm 100% because it's been months. I originally put out the tweet of the arrest and everything, and then I just didn't follow up on it. And these guys that cover LolCow Live, they did, and they FOIA'd everything and got these dispatch calls. But when this originally happened, Mike said like, I want to say he said it was his sister at first, or at least like didn't specify that it was his wife. Like yeah, I think so. The fans were like saying that they're like, oh, it's his sister. His sister just moved in, and I guess she has like mental issues or something. And so they weren't even like upfront with that on anything, basically at all.
This is sad stuff.
And the dispatch call and the police report itself like tell a way different story than like they made it seem at first. So
Got it. Well, hopefully the truth comes to light. Yep, dude, you've been killing it with the Tectone stuff. Really enjoyed your video. Hopefully there's more stuff on the way. Great content coming out from you. Sub to Shamu. Thanks for calling in, man.
Thanks, man.
See ya. Oh, I cut him off. No, sub to Shampoo makes great. Okay, he makes great content. Unironically, very useful. If you just like want something summarized, not even summarized. He'll dig. He digs. He does his homework. He'll tell you shit you didn't know. And you don't want all like the fluff or bullshit or like 15 schizo memes while they're like recounting the story. Great YouTuber. I like the guy.
We're having, she looked at his phone, saw he was talking to other girls, right? This is the story that they're both telling me.
At this, it's obvious he hit her, right? Like because the amount of hoops you'd have to jump through to believe he didn't hit her is like fucking insane. But also, right? It's not uncommon for wives who are battered, and something tells me this may not be a one-off incident or whatever, but if they've been together this long, I don't know why you would just one day randomly become violent. I mean, I guess that could happen. This is just like speculation. But people who are domestically abused already have a tendency to like retract stories and cover for their like abusers. Right? But especially when you've been with that guy since you were 15 and he's 23. Like, God knows like how easily you could manipulate that person to covering for you, getting into the habit of covering for you.
Right? And she lost her mind. Yep. Started going.
By the way, this is the worst story to plug on. We're over halfway to goal. 32 away from goals for the whole stream. Your support very graciously, generously helps me out. So if you want to donate, we have super chats now. Streamlabs link in the description. If not, totally okay. Make sure to like the stream and subscribe. This is the worst time to plug, but I got to do it anyway. I'm not running a charity.
Going crazy, started saying horrible shit to him, evil shit to him, and Mike stormed out of the house, left the house, and Bridget called the cops and lied to the cops that Mike was hitting her and all this other stuff. Then I was told that Mike came in the house and was like, "What's going on?" Bridget was telling Mike that she called the cops and she's on the phone with the cops.
Why did he?
And when the cops come, they asked Mike if he hit her, and he goes, "Take me to jail. If she wants me arrested, then I'll be arrested."
Oh, yeah?
And they're like, "Well, did you hit her?" He goes, "I hit her like 50 times." You know?
Oh, sarcastically.
That's what drunk Mike is like.
Don't talk to the cops, man.
So,
But he was being sarcastic.
He was being sarcastic. He sarcastically confessed to the crime. He didn't say 50, by the way. He gave a very specific. It wasn't like a hyperbolic number that would indicate sarcasm. He said 2. He said, I hit her 2 times. That doesn't ring as well for the narrative you're trying to paint, right, Kim? He said 2 times. It's a very specific number. That wasn't even his first statement. His first statement was that he blacked out, and then he admitted to doing it 2 times, slapping her in the face, which aligns with the story that she had given to the 911 operator. And in between the police's arrival and Mike getting that, I don't know if Mike maybe heard her on the phone, but this is like total sweeping. He was joking. What's the bit? True. Sir, we have your DNA on the body. Did you stab this person to death? Yeah, I stabbed him like 6 times in like in his fucking artery on his leg and under his armpit, and I slit his throat, and I was just being sarcastic, guys.
They don't know
Take me to the
that.
cops, take me in.
Don't talk to the cops.
Now keep in mind, they're both sober 3 weeks, 2 weeks after the fact, telling me this on the phone. Okay.
So he's had time to get her to either she feels bad, he's like totally guilt tripped her, or this is like you're so retarded if you just like believe because she's recanted none of this happened. He admitted it. He is fucked unless he has a great no. Something tells me I get just based off vibes about South Carolina, how retarded everyone is. Except something tells me. Because wouldn't you need without a cooperating victim, et cetera, would the DA even find it worth it? I don't know. I don't feel like it's gonna if she continues to cover for him, I don't think he's gonna be convicted. They'll probably drop charges, to be honest. I think Shamu's right.
Then Bridget apparently sent a letter to the judge or the prosecutor or whatever, explaining that she lied, and she was drunk and intoxicated, and they were just arguing, right? And as far as I know, everything's being dropped when Mike goes to court. It was supposed to
like it probably will be.
Yeah, it's like 10 days from now. Now Mike was supposed to have this all dropped I think 2 weeks ago or something. Almost a month ago.
Yeah. Justice is slow. Trust me, I know.
In my state, domestic violence is a felony charge, and they don't need the victim's consent to press charges. Well, that's true. I mean, hopefully, if the DA knows about the nature of their relationship, how long they've been together, the age she was when they met, surely at some point the DA might be able to say, yeah, it sounds like she's totally covering for him right now. But then the question is, does the DA even think it's going to be worth it to try to prosecute without a cooperating victim?
And I know the 911 call got released.
I mean, what you could do, if I was in the prosecutor's shoes, right? I would call her up to the stand. I would get the testimony of both of them. And then when I call her up to, unfortunately, you'd have to prove that during cross, probably prove she's lying while she's on the stand. You might have to treat her like a suspect. $2 from Cats of Flockin. 1 like saves 1 bat. Okay, thank you. Much appreciated.
I have not heard it, but if it's Bridget saying Mike hit her, then that's the story I heard, because that's what she did. She called 911, said Mike hit her. On LolCow Live, I laughed about the situation. I said, it's funny when you think about it, and it's not a big deal. and everyone said I was sweeping, but if Bridget and Mike are telling
what do the comments say, by the way? Groomer behind the camera probably threatened to sue his child bride. Had to wait till 3,000 views to maximize profit from a domestic violence 911 call, then purposefully skipping over the beginning of the clip where she said she was hit. New low. CD is officially the only LolCow live member to complete a sleep. Okay, wait. Tired of the sweeping. The sweeping from these people is insane. Kim, where is your child brand? Good one, buddy.
you the truth, that that's what happened, then it is funny. These two drunk idiots fucking called the cops.
Can I be very controversial here? I don't really care. Fuck it. You can cancel me. I got liar tied in my face. I'm the kind of person that always says, believe the victim. And when the victim told me that she was drunk and being vindictive and she was just trying to get the guy in trouble because she was mad that he was fucking other women, I believe her.
Well,
I believe her when she...
But that still doesn't... You would have to believe that he lied to the police and implicated himself for no fucking reason. And no, it wasn't like how Kim put it. Yeah, I stabbed her like sarcastically. At first, he says that he blacked out, and then he clarifies that he hit her 2 times. Like, where is the room for, like, there's no hyperbole in that. 2 is not like a hyperbolic number. Like, this is total sweeping. To believe her right now, you would have to believe that she put on an Oscar-worthy performance and gave a story to the police that then Mike himself came out and lied about and confirmed occurred. He lied and implicated himself. Or you would have to believe that Mike did hit her. She did call the police because she was distraught. And one way or another, he's either guilt-tripped her or manipulated her into retracting what she said. Or she's done it on her own volition out of, like, guilt. Because these people are very good at making you feel guilty. If he was 23 as a groomer, we aren't talking about yeah.
She tells me that she lied to the cops. When she says that's what she did, when she wrote a statement to the court saying I lied to the fucking cops, I'm gonna believe her.
I don't give a fuck about Keem and Brantley. I don't really care, to be honest. Like, if she's legal and she's hot, but what do you have in common? But what do you have? Oh wait, I already just argued against the objectification of women. Wait, hypocrisy? If you two click really well, she's a good body, you both love each other, okay, and she's legal, who cares? Unless it's Boogie and Boogie's girlfriend, where Boogie clearly only wants her for the sex, and she is looking for a surrogate father figure because her own father, like, died or something, and you could see, like, in her own interviews that she literally, like, is attempting to fill that role. I don't know what Brantley looks like. I'm assuming she's hot. Is she? I think there should be Romeo and Juliet laws until 25. Wrong. Desi, she seems traumatized. Her father died, and you can hear how much, like, that if you listen to the way she talks about Boogie and then the way Boogie talks about her, you can tell she's looking for somebody to fill the role of a father figure.
I'm sorry. Does that make me the asshole? Maybe I'm the asshole.
Well, JC talking sense. It's on video, not listening to the sweeping.
What's on video?
But it's like, well, I can only go on what sober Bridget is telling me.
Yeah, like, obviously, younger adults are gonna be more desirable than, like, an old bag. Keem is old as fuck himself, okay? Obviously, at his age, Keem doesn't seem like the type that's ever gonna develop a meaningful relationship with anyone. He probably just wants sex. He's having a midlife, like, obviously you're probably gonna go for, like, younger adults.
I'm not gonna go on what drunk Bridget is telling me.
Before you call me a creep, Brantley is older than me.
So, I don't know what the sweeping is.
The other people are, like, somebody else is saying that Bridget might be sweeping. She's in the middle of a divorce. I don't know if you've ever met a divorced woman, but there's this old saying about hell hath no fury like a woman.
No, there's nothing creepy about being his age and wanting, like, a younger adult or a younger woman. There's nothing creepy about that.
Or you might have heard it. If there was
it shows objectification. It shows that you're viewing somebody for superficial characteristics, all that stuff, but it doesn't show creepiness.
To it, I don't think Bridget would fucking hesitate to fucking throw him under the bus.
Well, if it was truthful,
It's not creepy, no.
really did hit her, I think when she was sober and going through a divorce with Mike, currently going through a divorce, I think she would be pretty adamant that Mike hit her.
This isn't a good look. This isn't a good look. Would you feel the same way if I tomorrow decided to start dating a sophisticated 50-year-old woman? Would you feel the same way? Probably not. It's not creepy as what is this performative ass shit? Okay, if you're a rich guy in his fucking 40s, nearly in his 50s, if you want to go after some 20-year-old fucking girls, there's nothing creepy about that because they are consenting. If they are consenting adults. Obviously, if you're like somebody that values superficial characteristics, the 20-year-old is going to be way more desirable to you than somebody your own age.
You know? Yeah. But she's not saying that. So I'm sorry, I got to use common sense in the situation, right? If Mike was hitting her, Bridget going through a divorce with Mike.
Let me go for the youngest girl. Like, yeah, I think it's actually great that you're like respecting the age of consent and like not going after minors. That's actually really good that you're going after legal women. Yeah, I think that's great.
On 3 super chatted $19.99. Gene, you have to listen to the 911 call. She is scared on the call, and this situation is worse than Jordy.
That's
that's
quite the statement.
I can listen to the 911 call, but Bridget already told me she called the cops and lied. So I don't know what.
Well, the sweeping is insane, bro. The sweeping is fucking crazy, dude. I mean, I can listen to this call where she gives like an Oscar. I'm not saying women can't do that, right? But I can listen to this call where she gives an Oscar-worthy performance, and then the police report can shows that Mike's testimony confirmed her story. I could, but like she already said she lied, as if like the possibility of her now trying to cover for the father of her children, who's been with her since she was 15, is like totally surreal to Kim.
What am I to do with that?
Actually, Bridget came on the show and told us that she called the cops and lied. She already came on the show and said that.
I was gonna say, like, what if it's swatting too? You know how, like,
Going for 18-year-olds is not being pedo behind the camera.
they call and they lie, you know? Just because.
I haven't listened to the call. I can listen to the call, and my mind will completely change if I hear Mike hitting her on the call.
Right.
I can tell you that much.
Oh, 100%.
This time next year, I will have the fucking hottest 18-year-old you've ever seen as my girlfriend. I'm gonna have her on stream, and all we're gonna talk about is how young she is. How young and 18 years old she is. That's all we're going to talk about. And you know what you're going to do about it? Nothing, because you can't do anything about it.
Is this whole thing the case of the people versus like kid behind the camera, or is this like it's not Mike v. Bridget, right?
Yes, so Bridget did not want to press charges. Did not press charges. As far as I know, the state did. That's my
state pressed
Of course the state did.
That's my
Yeah,
understanding.
this is why you don't talk to the police. Like, I'm not a cop hater. The
Yeah,
police.
I learned the hard way.
Yeah.
The cops are not your friends. The cops are allowed to lie to you. The cops are allowed to do whatever it takes to gather evidence. The cops are not your friends. Don't treat them like your friends. Treat them like somebody who is there to protect and serve, because they are.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also there to protect and serve everybody else. So they're not.
We love the legal advice from Boogie.
They want to throw you under the bus because they think you're guilty or a bad person or some shit, right?
Yeah, the police serve an essential function, and it's stupid to unilaterally chant to defund them. But like, if you're in trouble with the law, don't talk to the cops. Speak only to your lawyer first.
There's a lot of people in chat saying Keemstar thinks domestic violence is funny.
No.
Yes. He thinks it's hilarious.
What's funny about it?
What's funny about it? What I think is funny is that Mike and Bridget got drunk, and then Bridget called the cops making up some fake shit. And the reason why I think that's what happened is because Bridget told me that's what happened. That's what I think's funny. Not domestic violence.
No, domestic assault is violent.
And I find it crazy that, there's these people in comment sections saying I'm going to spin it when clearly these people are spinning it.
Well,
I mean, that's spinning
don't forget,
it.
everybody-
Saying I'm laughing about domestic violence? No, I'm not.
Don't forget, everybody in chat knows better than Bridget, the person who called the cops. Everybody in chat knows better.
It's like to Boogie, the idea of like a battered wife covering up for the guy that hit her is like totally surreal. It's like out of the question. It's like totally out of the question. You just like can't comprehend it. My mom knew some woman, a good friend. I'm not going to go too much into detail because it's not my story to tell. But like, my mom was telling her to leave. This guy would hit her all the fucking time. Like the police were called several times. There were kids in the house. It's a great friend of my mom's. And my mom, she wouldn't leave him. She just wouldn't leave him. She wouldn't leave him. She wouldn't press charges. Like, even in the moment, she would call my mom would be the first person she would call when it would happen. That's how I know about it, because my mom would have to take the call while I was with her, and her friend was like distraught. And it's like, she would just cover for him constantly. She'd be upset in the moment and like totally cover for him. And this is all too common. This is all, especially when it's somebody as closely linked to you as your husband, because you remember the good moments and you just want the good moments back. So if you could just get through him slapping you, right, all the good moments make it not worth it to go leave him or pursue Char or whatever. $2 from Skyhawk. Was the whole faking cancer? No, the whole faking cancer thing was real, just to be clear. But they dragged it out way longer than it should have been. But thank you so much. Folks, we're $29 away from Streamly goals. 29 away. Your support goes to a great cause, i.e. my wallet, so I can profit off of covering other people's misfortune. That's obviously what I'm attempting to do here. So donate. You'll be my best friend. Just like Skyhawk. We're now best friends. I have him on like Xbox and stuff.
Than the victim in the situation. Everybody in chat knows better than the woman in the situation for some reason. I wonder why that is.
If I'm supposed to believe all women, I'm going to believe when Bridget tells me she lied.
Yep.
I'm going to believe her.
Yep.
Am I going to listen to a drunk Bridget or a sober Bridget?
I have been around Bridget drunk. I've heard Bridget on the phone drunk about 1,000,000 times. And Bridget, I'm sorry to talk privately about your shit. But I guess the cat's out of the bag anyway. You are very vindictive, combative, and angry when you are drunk.
I haven't heard the call. Do you want to listen to the call?
I've not heard the call. It's here.
All right. I'll pull it up because I know it's on like YouTube, so I'll just pull it on the speaker.
I also have breaking news. It's like kind of literally nothing to do with this, but Nightmare just quit on the stream.
Yay, good. Because he lost his VC, I guarantee it. I guarantee it's because he lost his VC to have a cult in. Because he can't have his cult in VC3. He can't have his cult in VC2. Somebody can come in. He's got to have his little gay cult. And I guarantee I know he's going to
Toxicity super chatted $20. I need more drinks for this.
All right, grab more drinks.
He's going to try to take his little gay cult with him, and his little gay cult is going to slowly stop supporting him, and then he's going to regret the dumb fucking decision over a voice chat.
People are saying that the police report confirms he hit her twice, but it's a police report. So if Bridget is saying that he hit her,
no, Kim.
And then Mike is saying I hit her, then of course the police report's gonna say that, right?
But why did Mike say that he hit her? The police report is not. The police report is not saying he hit her. The police report is saying he said he hit her. It doesn't say he said he hit her. It says he said he blacked out and could have hit her and doesn't remember. And then he admitted he slapped her in the face 2 times. Keem's like, yeah, Mike just came out and he said to the police, yeah, man, I hit her like 50 times, being like sarcastic. What the actual transcript of the police report shows is very far from anything that can be taken as sarcasm.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Vinny.
Thanks so much.
1 minute. I gotta do multiple things. Let me call Nightmare real quick.
Okay. All right. Brantley, it might be a bit creepy. Okay, it might be like a little bit creepy. Okay, it's like a little bit creepy. Okay, I was thinking more like a one-night stand. If you're like 40 years old and have like a one-night stand with some like fucking 20-year-old, I don't give a fuck. That's not abnormal to me, right? It's a bit creepy.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I can only go off of what I'm being told.
It's a bit creepy.
Hey, people are saying you quit. Did you really quit?
Yeah.
Well, nobody wants you to quit. Are you sure?
I've just literally been accused of like all sorts of like horrific shit every way today, and I just realized based on that.
On him. Bridget had 0 marks. 0. So
I can't believe you actually said it.
I have the photos.
I can't
So
believe you actually said it.
You know, it's like,
God damn it, man.
Look,
It's right
dude,
to say it, but I can't believe you said it.
Wait.
Look, I'm not happy that Bridget did this, but I will say this about Bridget, right? She owned her shit, right? I spoke to her.
So what has the cope been on Kid Behind a Camera's channel? She looks younger than you. No, she does not. Incorrect, sir. She just looks younger than me right now because I haven't fucking slept. Don't you think going for women just because they're 18 when you were 50 or 60 is pedo adjacent? No, because 18-year-old women look post-pubescent. No, it is not even close to pedo adjacent. Pedophilia involves an attraction to prepubescent children. Ebophilia, which is just as creepy, is an attraction to mid-pubescent children. Ebophilia and pedophilia are both acknowledged to be like disorders. Then you have something called ephebophilia, where you are attracted to late teens to early adults. So this could be anywhere from like 15 to like 19 or 20. It's like 15, 16 to 19. Ephebophilia is not acknowledged as a disorder because it involves an attraction to post-pubescence, but it is illegal if you go and pursue a 16-year-old, obviously. A lot of people with this, though, will go for like 18, 19-year-olds instead. Now, that's not the only reason. I like full-grown women. Yeah, at 18, 19, when she had braces on, I'm not sure if she said, but God, she looked like a kid. Check out the oh, I'll check that out in a sec. But yeah, even if you're not an ephebophile and it's not an exclusive attraction, right? It's just not abnormal. Like like, let's be honest here. A lot of men purely are into a woman's physical appearance. And if you like look at like a 19, 20-year-old woman and find her hot, that's actually not abnormal that's not pedo adjacent at all. If you're in your 40s, that's not pedo adjacent like at all. Heartbreaking news.
Where were you yesterday?
I don't know. I was here with you.
No, you weren't.
I was at an Airbnb alone.
With who?
With myself and my fucking hand off.
And that girl?
What? Don't make me do it, bro. You have any vlogs of cut out Bridget saying that I have a girlfriend? I do not.
Don't make me do. Don't make you do what, Mike? Don't make you do what?
I have a girlfriend. I have many different women, but I don't have a girlfriend.
Good for you, pal.
I'm wild to wait. I'm sorry. You think I'm wild for thinking it is not abnormal for an adult man to find a 20-year-old woman hot? You think that's like a crazy thing to say? No, that's actually like pretty fucking normal.
Guys, unfortunately, I've been having so much that I had to be tested for chlamydia.
You wonder why I don't like you touching me.
Well, I piss off the dogs too, apparently. You love me.
I love you, but
Let me in.
you've been around.
Let me in.
You've been around town.
I've been around this town. The test came back clean. I took all my pills. Now let me in.
Oh, this is like non-tent. Very boring. You're my favorite ephebophile. I'm 20 years old. I might be into some 19 and 18-year-olds. Doesn't make me an ephebophile. I just have not progressed to a stage where like I'm still within a range where like I might like some 18, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds. Typically, I'm not attracted to anything above 22. What is wrong with any like attraction range I've just listed? I think it's crazy to be like clickbaiting your dead dad for views though. I miss AG. Okay. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't laugh. You miss what? Hold on. Okay, I was just reading that real quick. Yeah, what do you miss? Dude, my top sub. I just when Mayo Monkey they/she/he like when I'm just waiting for that upload, like makes my day when I see it. It makes my day when I can click and see that the backdrop is not an alleyway. One of these days, I'm expecting to get an upload, click this, and the backdrop is just like a fucking alleyway.
It's a person. So I was looking at my subscriptions here on the Bo B channel, the Mayo Monkey channel. We're just subbed to a lot of drama stuff for us to check out. And we have Sensitive Society, a Cheeto, and some ordinary gamers. They all posted these videos. They're all similar length.
Came here from the shout out by Billy the Fridge on last night's LolCow. Dude, this show needs to go. Get rid of LolCow. Get rid of LolCow. Get rid of LolCow, bro. Throw it away. They shouted this guy out. Dude, they're making like a LolCow universe. And there's like LolCow Rewind, which is... Billy the Fridge is a nice guy. But...
I feel like Keemstar, who went through hell and back with Becky, should be able to reveal that Becky is...
Wait, hold on. Real quick. All right. Let's see what's going on here.
At Fat Camp. I don't think Roxy is in a position or earned any right to leak you get or you don't like to me.
Told her to do to go up on
Holy shit! What the fuck is that? What is in the bottom corner? What is at the bottom of my screen? What the fuck? Bro, you're like a 70-year-old playa. You're a 7-year-old playa, a bachelor, and they're like, why can't you just go after women your own age? And then you look at women your own age. Yeah, no shit. No shit, you're going younger. All right, additionally, in regards to the Starbase situation, I missed this, but it was in a Dicker stream weeks ago. So as you all know, Starbase leaked the first part of his DMs with Hater, where the two of them, where Starbase had said to Hater, you know, let me know, you can contact me discreetly if people like QQ are ever bothering you again, etc., etc. And he's like, look, Parry, these are our DMs to be like transparent, but we knew that there was a second part to those DMs, and it took him 2 days to leak them. And when he finally was pressured on Parry's stream to leak them, he leaked them, but they were edited. And apparently, Hater checked the edit dates, and it showed that he edited them right before they were shown on Parry's stream. And according to Hater, in reply to one of her messages, like when Hater was like, I think Hater, what did Hater ask? Like to be friends with, and he's like, I'm a 30-year-old man with a career. But apparently, that message originally had said, hey, I am a 30-year-old man with a career, but I hope it can be interesting. Dude, if that is true, and like based on his reluctance to show the second part, and the fact that he edited it, like at first it was like, yeah, this looks suspiciously like grooming. If that is true, and there's no way of verifying this because he edited the message, but if he edited the message right before he showed it, it shows he's concealing something, and then if he's concealing something, you have to ask, what does he want hidden, right? But if that part is true, at this point, it's like gone from, okay, it looks like grooming, to like, I think it's going to be more likely the first stages at a grooming attempt than not. That's like insane. I think we actually got a Streamlabs donut earlier in the stream. I didn't check it. One sec. Sorry about that. I scammed whoever that was. Hopefully you're still with us. Oh, never mind. This guy got ahead of the police to sweep for himself. True. Yeah, this is just like insane stuff, to be honest. Well, I'm gonna start beginning to, we're at 4 hours, so I'm gonna start beginning to wrap it up. If you can't tell, I'm totally fucked. I'll save the other shit. Wait, no, we have one more thing to cover, don't we? Wait, I promised you guys the Willie Mac stuff, so we'll do that, and then I will end stream. But if you want to help us out, folks, we're at $29 away from the Streamly goal. If we hit it, there'll be 2 streams in a row where we've hit goal. Your support, as always, is much appreciated. I'm bringing you the leaks before I end. Let's check this out. Hey, I messaged you on Twitter, but this is apparently one of Willie Mac's mods. This is Ivana. She's like a longtime fan. Hey, I messaged you on Twitter, but there's a heated debate on Aiden's stream right now, and he was hoping you could call in. If I hit goal in the next 6 minutes. If I'd stream the goal in the next 6 minutes, I'll do a segment on the Ethan stuff and won't save it for tomorrow. Hey, I messaged you on Twitter, but there is a heated debate on Aiden's stream right now, and he was hoping you could call in. You were the subject matter, so I figured you might want to chime in. I'm not going to reward these streamers who entertain these made-up conspiracies of me and apply to me the most bad faith intentions. I don't know where I've been entertaining any conspiracies about you. I don't even know if I argue. What I was arguing with Spondyle was not that I necessarily think you're controlled opposition, but that the arguments presented by Queeman would all support the notion of you being controlled opposition. It wouldn't be conclusive, of course, but it would all support that, and Spondyle's like rebuttal against that is like really dumb. I actually don't know at all what is going on. I'm out of the loop. So if it's something negative, I would totally apologize. I would never reach out to you in bad faith myself, personally. So if it is negative and you don't want any parts, I completely understand. I just want to do my part and reach out. I appreciate it. Just my policy moving forward. I've already addressed most of these criticisms at the end of my second Destiny video. My criticisms with you are in regards to your recent tweets, your support of Tommy, your interpretation of, like, the denim shit, right? With the picture. Yo, 5 from Santoro, 2 from Missy, 2 from Call Me Bruh. Holy fuck. We're $16 away from doing an Ethan segment. Or on the Ethan Crash Out. Like, the part 15. It's just parasocial people, that is all, lol. Makes sense. Parasocial? I literally knew you, lil bro. How's this? What is parasocial about any of this? And yeah, how could you address my points that are relating to matters that have, like, just happened recently? Willie's a normal guy. He has a lot of things going on IRL. Okay, leave normal guy. Dude, the Cabal is so pathetic. They're on their last ditch at upholding their dying alliance. Okay, Willie Mack realizes it's falling, so he's found a new host. Okay, he's now gonna be living off of Destiny. It kind of reminds me a bit. Did you guys know this about anglerfish? You might have seen it in the movie Finding Nemo. But the male is actually a parasite on the female. So if you want to look at this, hold on. This is the female, and this is the male, and he physically fuses himself to the female anglerfish. And in a way, for a while you could say this was Nicholas Diorio and the little anglerfish was Willie. But now, the big anglerfish is Destiny, and the little anglerfish is Willie. I think anglerfish are a great metaphor for what's going on here. I've always been very interested in marine biology. I'm sorry, I just love talking about my autistic hyperfixations. No relevance at all. Interesting stuff, folks. Interesting stuff. It does sound like there are people arguing in your favor, so it's not all bad. Like I said, I'm barely following because I don't know what the drama is. Yeah, he already said it's just parasocial people. Okay, first of all, I'm not being parasocial. There's no way you could already address my points because they're in relation to, like, recent things you've litigated. You're just assuming I'm Queeman, I guess, doing the same thing Tommy did. Very bad faith. But yeah, this is just, like, really sad, pathetic stuff. Yo, we hit Streamly goal! Meaning I am going to do a segment on Ethan. How did this leak? Somebody just sent it to me. Thank you guys so much. Very fucking appreciated. Take that, Dad, who said streaming isn't a real job. That ain't what. Yeah, I don't think he knows what parasocial means. Wait. Okay. I'm so tired Lumpy Willie came into my chat earlier and said that she gives me permission to leak, and I just realized that that's obviously not true, and it's coming from Lumpy Willie. Like, why wouldn't she just say that to me directly? I'm very tired in my defense, so she might not have actually just given me permission to leak this. I might have just been duped by like the easiest like. I don't know if I was allowed to leak that, but we'll just sweep that one up. We'll sweep that one up. It was a misunderstanding, okay? It was why would Lumpy Willie lie? It was a huge misunderstanding. Where the fuck is the... Is it not in my inbox anymore? I'm looking for the Ethan... Somebody... I feel like somebody linked it earlier. Did they not? Okay. Maybe it's in topic suggestions. Okay, it's not. Got it. Okay, I thought it was. So now I'm gonna have to go look for it. Hold on. Does anyone have the fucking Ethan posts from last night so I can cover them? That'd be like really cool. You lost 1,000 viewers for sweeping. It's crazy. So fucking true. So fucking Trook? Trook? No, I'm gonna cover it. I just gotta find it real quick. I'm staying here to cover it. I just gotta find it. So if anyone has the Ethan shit, so I don't have to go manually find it, that'd be sick. I thought it was linked. Apparently it's not. I fucking hate my life. Okay. Ethan Klein. Maybe it's gonna be here. I guess this just like wasn't considered relevant. Yeah, this is fucked. I have to go.